这样讲，
我用中文讲，
用中文讲。
我因为做了英文的 PowerPoint，in order to save the time，
但是他还得翻译啊。
它翻译的话，它 spontaneous 可以，要不然的话没有时间讲。
对，
是吧？
我觉得两个都可以，因为无论怎么样，他还得翻译。
是吗？
对呀，你用英文，他也得翻译；用中文，他也得翻译，而且总是 spontaneous。但是应该看看这，大部分人可能都懂中文，是吗？
Yeah.
Just before we start with our panel, I just wanted to say welcome to the third part of this some ways unusual conference on identity, ignorance, and the politics of the self that I've been co-hosting with Professor Wang in 1 second. The past 2 days were, of course, characterized by multifaceted discussions with, well, I think an unusual combination of people and genres that were involved, ranging from visual arts to, well, I would say action arts to literature, creative writing, and of course, various forms of academic scholarship. So today's conference will have more the format of an academic exchange, but we have representatives of all these genres. For the past 3 days, we've been talking, about various issues. For those people who were able to join us on Monday, you will see that there were readings of poetry and literary works. But I think some of the questions that emerged in the past few days were, or even actually before in the time running up to the conference, was the idea of uncertainty and uncertainties, both as a contemporary condition, as a psychological condition, as a global condition, but also uncertainties as even pertaining to the kinds of questions we should ask, the kinds of directions we should envision for the future. Because the time is already very short as usual in a good conference, so I'm just will say some kind of more common remarks about the organizational and the logistical issues. So this conference will be in many regards bilingual. It will be held in English and in Chinese, other than the conference on Monday. There will be, for the first presentation by Professor Wang Hui, our keynote speech, he will speak in Chinese, but the PowerPoint will be in English. So we will not have a consecutive translation during this time. And for the rest of the afternoon, mainly the discussions will be in English. But for those people who need some kind of Chinese translation, we will have headsets available then for translations. Of course, they're also welcome not only to listen into our discussion, but also to actively participate in them. So maybe just 2 things about the building in which we are in. This is the historical planetarium in which the mathematician and physicist Carl Friedrich Gauss lived and worked. That means he had some instruments here. You see some of the remainders. These were the 2 main rooms, and he was actually living. He lived himself in the adjacent rooms and on top. For the 19th century, it was like an absolute high-tech building. It was built vibration-proof because the instruments were very sensitive to look at, of course, to do some astronomical research. It used to be, up until the year 2005, this used to be still the Department of Astrophysics. And then later, astrophysics moved to another location here in Göttingen. And it now is a conference center that much of the university uses for academic events like this. If you are interested, for those, especially those people who joined us just for the conference, the grave of Carl Friedrich Gauss is just located maybe 200 meters away from here, so we could go there during lunch break. From the building also to some words of thanks. So firstly, I want to thank the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. As I already mentioned on Monday, all this is based on a research award that Professor Wang Hui was awarded in 2017, the so-called Anneliese Meyer Research Award, that also then establishes and provides the funding for a collaboration with a German institution, and this was the University of Göttingen. And we were very happy to collaborate with Wang Hui over the last 7 or 8 years. So I want to express gratitude, of course, for the collaboration, but also to the foundation. Later, at the concluding of the event, I will also thank our organizational team and the tremendous work that all of them have put into that, but I'll come back to that in a second. Now, I just want to turn over to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Wang Hui, and it's always wonderful to have him in Göttingen. As I mentioned on Monday, it's hardly necessary to introduce him to an audience. He's widely known and widely renowned. but still.
Introducing him, we'll go to.
Sabir Murthy, who is also currently visiting the Department of East Asian Studies and teaching an intensive course here. So
Thank you very much.
Should I move up there to speak or?
Whatever you want.
That's all good. Okay, then I'll just stay here then. Okay. Okay, yes, thank you all for coming and thank you, Dominic, for giving me this honor to introduce our distinguished guest. Okay. Okay, maybe it's better if I use go to the mic. Okay, thank you all for coming. It's both a pleasure and an honor to introduce our keynote speaker today, Professor Wang Hui, who is a professor of Chinese and history at Tsinghua University, and also the director of their Institute of Advanced Studies. He's received numerous awards, some of which Professor Dominic Sachsenmeier has already mentioned. And these awards are both within and beyond formal academia. In 2008, for example, the US magazine Foreign Policy named him one of the top 100 public intellectuals in the world. Wang Hui is a prolific author whose work spans a variety of disciplines. And so I will merely mention two, which are perhaps the most well-known. Because otherwise the introduction could be so long that there's not enough time for the speakers. He began his career as a scholar of literature, specifically writing on the famous writer Lu Xun, and his first book published in the late 80s was called Resisting Despair, Fan Kang Jue Wang. And this transformed the field by pointing out how Lu Xun could be read as someone who had once affirmed and criticized modernity. Among other things, his book outlined Lu Xun's relation to German thinkers such as Max Stirner and Friedrich Nietzsche. Since these early works, Wang has been interested in the contradictions associated with the constructions of self and identity, which give him a unique perspective on the themes of this conference. Since Resisting Despair appeared in 1988, he has published numerous articles and books on both literature, art, and intellectual history. However, perhaps the most important is what many regard to be his magnum opus, which is The Rise of Modern Chinese Thought, 中国现代思想的兴起, which is a 4-volume work, which appeared in 2004 in Chinese, but recently Harvard University Press published an abridged English translation, and the abridged version is about 1,000 pages. This book is longer than most genealogies of modern Chinese thought, because instead of starting from the 19th and 20th centuries, Wang's book begins with the transformations taking place around the 6th century BCE with Confucius. So again, somehow relevant to our discussion yesterday about Confucian values and so on. And eventually engages in debates concerning the construction of identity and the reconstruction of Chinese identity in relation to non-Han ethnicities, and eventually in relation to the global capitalist system of nation states. Since 2004, Professor Wang has been constantly addressing the problem of revolution and socialism, and has developed a distinctive repertoire of dialectical concepts for us to understand this complex history. These concepts include trans-systemic society, trans-societal systems, politics of depoliticization, and China's short 20th century. We might discuss some of these during the question and answer session, but let me end this brief introduction by just mentioning one of Professor Wang's key contributions, which might be related to today's discussion. Professor Wang underscores the Chinese empire as a trans-systemic society that potentially allows for various forms of identity and difference. This does not mean that empire did not have its share of exclusions. However, the nature of discrimination and persecution changed with the pervasive global capitalist system of nation states. Professor Wang's talk today is a new title than what I had. So, Survivor's Gift, a Chinese Jewish story. Which might be relevant to some of the concepts I mentioned. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker today, Professor Wang Hui.
Thank you very much, William, and thank the Dominic. It's a great honor and a pleasure to be here and in front of all of our friends and distinguished scholars and the audience here. And today, actually, I started it for a brief introduction in English, and then turned to Chinese to give my lecture in Chinese. And basically, 25 years ago, today's talk was related to the 25 years ago, my encounters in Berlin. That was the first time when I visited Germany. I was as a fellow, as a Wissenschaftler colleague to Berlin. Unexpectedly, that year became my encounters with two distinguished musicians, though I'm completely layman in the music. One is Georg Ligeti, who was a composer, very famous composer, as an artist at the Wissenschaftler colleague. We have so many conversations over the lunch tables. Another was the figure I started to talk about him, was a Jewish violinist who was a principal violinist at the Berlin Philharmonica. At that time, he already retired. And he actually came to me when I arrived in Berlin, together with his friends, his name is Preiser. Two older men founded a small foundation which entitled the Leibniz Foundation. They came here to promote the communication and the friendship between Germany and China. Actually, they promote the Zhang Yimou and those film directors, as well as they introduced a lot of the young musicians from China. The students came to Europe to study music at that time. So afterwards, we have a lot of the conversations. So today, he already passed away in 2020. Last time I visited him in Berlin was the 2013, in the end of that year. He was already sick, but still we meet together at his home. So that was also my talk as a gift return to the city of Berlin and those older friends here after the 25 years. So that's what I talked about that. 我刚才简单的介绍一下我今天讲的这个故事。今天讲的这个故事的原来有一个10多年前，我曾经写过一篇长的文稿，发表在今天杂志上，就是讲这个故事。但是过去这些年，我一直在想重写这个故事，也因为有很多的更多的资料发生了，又由于最近的很多事情发生在世界范围内，尤其是Russia-Ukraine war and the Gaza crisis. So 我想通过这个故事再重新思考，不是直接讨论这些问题，而是重新思考这样的一个历史怎么去看待它的这样一个问题。所以我大概想讲3个问题，但是最后一个问题可能没有时间。第一个问题是通过一个人的故事，一个音乐家到中国的故事，流亡的故事，来讨论这个认同，同时也讨论一个在犹太的关于中国现代中国，在现代中国不是开封，是20世纪中国这个犹太史当中有一个叙述，有一些历史学家认为犹太文化对于许多文化有很重大的影响，比如在欧洲、在俄国、在其他地区，但是他们认为 犹太文化对中国没什么影响。我想通过音乐的故事来讨论怎么去讨论影响，这是一个问题。第二个问题是，也是斯特恩先生留给我的一个问题，因为他在中国生活，他非常感谢中国人民对他的这个友好很多的帮助，但同时他对他生活在哈尔滨，在满洲国当时是日本殖民地，也包括短暂的在上海，他对日本的政策也有某种的感谢的感觉，不像对中国的那个感谢那么明确，但是他至少他认为这是不同于纳粹的这个犹太政策的。我从当时跟他交谈当中，我对这些历史了解太少，我想我该怎么去理解这件事，比如说理解南京大屠杀和理解日本的犹太政策之间的这个关系问题，我们该怎么去理解，从历史的角度介入这个问题。第三个部分，我想这是通过历史研究的一些新的历史研究的材料来看这个故事。第三个部分，我是想通过一个理论的思考，从东亚，从犹太在其他地区的经历和其他族群在这些地区的经历，来重新思考一下战后我们主要的历史叙述当中关于犹太问题的这样的一个故事我特别是关于犹太问题的特殊化这样的一个独特的故事。所以我想，但最后一个问题也许只能留给大家来讨论，而我没有时间完全展开。这个在这儿，我先为什么说我希望重写？因为这些年，无论在中文世界、英文世界、其他语文世界，都有新的档案材料和这些研究文献的出现，我需要阅读。这是新出版的这个哈尔滨犹太人档案的文献汇编。我们都知道，过去关于上海犹太人的研究已经越来越多，但是哈尔滨犹太人虽然有人提到，但是系统的研究依旧比较少。最近好像有一本书出来了，在英文世界里头也有大量的这些研究出来，所以我想从这儿开始来讨论这个问题。那一个问题就是我刚才说的，像 Mazzini 他的说法，他觉得这个犹太人在东亚、在中国、在日本对这个文化上，特别是政治、media、academia 或者艺术都没有太多的这个影响，更多的犹太人都是商人啦，他们也介入到这些问题里面。这个话该怎么去理解这样一个问题？我就从一个犹太音乐家的故事来结构一个系谱。这就是1939年拍的这张照片，是这个Hamilton 流亡到哈尔滨以后拍的这张照片，他在那儿学习小提琴。他是生于1928年，然后在这个成长，他的父亲是一个钢琴家，他的母亲是一个钢琴家，他父亲也拉小提琴，所以他跟他的父母学习这个音乐。到1938年，就在他和他的全家经过非常复杂的路程，从意大利、西兰、印度，然后香港、上海、扎兰屯，最后流亡到了定居在这个哈尔滨。这个我不讲他的一路的困境，他的母亲这一家，除了他母亲以外，20多个这个家庭成员都死在Auschwitz，所以这是一个非常独特的一个家庭的一个故事，就是我给他理的一个大致的一个时间表。他在1945到46年战后一段还在扎兰屯这个中国的这个铁路的这个公司里面去给这个演奏这些音乐。到1949年的时候，45年以后，苏联红军进攻中国东北。他们一家因为受也很可疑，就被苏联红军也抓起来了，有一度还到了苏联境内，所以他也会俄语，他不但会说中文，他也会说俄语，都是这个特殊经历造成的。但1949年的时候，他的父亲据他跟我说，没有看到原件，给毛主席写了一封信，说希望移民到以色列去。最后他得到了沈阳市长的批复，允许他们走，所以他们就49年移民到了以色列。但是那个时候他去了以后， 他先是在耶路撒冷的一个夜总会里面弹钢琴。一会儿我会讲一个巧遇的谁，我回头再说。这一位遇到了一位著名的音乐家，可是他是同辈人，介绍他去特拉维夫的这个以色列的这个乐团，他就成为那儿的小提琴家。但是那个时候的以色列的这个音乐，这个 Philharmonica 不允许演奏德国音乐。当时我曾经问过有以色列的朋友，问他们是不是这样，他们说哦不一定，只是瓦格纳或者是一两个Strauss 和这个别的还是可以的。但是他确切的跟我说，他说当时初期德国音乐都不能在那个乐团演奏，所以他自己觉得如果一个 Philharmonica 不演奏德国音乐，这还能算是 Philharmonica 吗？他就实在受不了。最后他就跟他的父亲发生很大的冲突，最后他父亲同意说离开以色列，就去了美国。他考取了芝加哥的爱乐乐团，Chicago Philharmonic， 但是他没有 working permit，no green card，so 他不能够去真正的去做一个音乐家，他就变成了一个推销员卖鞋。他卖鞋卖得很差，所以几年生活很穷困，没办法这个生活。到1961年的时候，他决定回到德国来，所以他到了他自己从小生长的地方，也就是柏林。在那儿，他到柏林就很快就变成了柏林爱乐的第一小提琴。20多年后，他变成了 principal， 这个首席小提琴。所以他这个也是成为他的这个 board member， 他其实是一个 chairman of Union of Berlin Philharmonic， 所以他是一个很重要的人物。他跟他的这个，我说一些这些他的这个故事，那这些都是他在哈尔滨跟他的父母和朋友在这个当地的这个照片，这是他的一个大概的一个情况。那么哈尔滨这个城市非常独特，我们看这个在有1917年俄国革命前和1917年俄国革命后发生了一些重要的变化，其中在19世纪的末期要建立所谓的中东铁路，我们这个都知道，这个 East China 的 Railway。这个当时这个由于三国还辽事件、甲午战争、三国还辽事件以后，俄国垄断了整个这个路权。那一会儿有关系的是美国，美国也希望获得一点路权，但是被拒绝，这是引发了1904年这个日俄战争当中，美国、英国在日俄战争当中的这个态度问题。我这儿不多说了。那在这个1903年，我们都知道这个所谓的有一个那个所谓大家都很出名的犹太绅士什么那个协定书，就讲犹太人阴谋的这样的故事，在俄国被拼凑出来发表以后，在2次大战当中又变成反犹主义的一个重要文献。但是这个背景是跟反共连在一起的。因为1917年革命经常被看成，在那个时候被一些人看成是犹太人的阴谋，因为托洛斯基、吉尔任斯基和斯大林身边的一些人都是犹太人，他们甚至怀疑列宁也有，但列宁不是真的这个犹太人。所以，而这个到了这个1917年革命之后，很多的白俄，就是俄国的这个10月革命逃亡到东北的这些白俄。他们其实是反犹的，所以在这个时期，在东北的这些难民当中，大批的这个难民大概有14万吧。难民当中很多是俄国来的，一部分是白俄，一部分是犹太人，而他们当然有很多复杂的关系，但是白俄是反共的，也因此是反犹的。所以反共和反犹在某个意义上，它在当时是逐渐的纠合在一起的。当然，在战后这个问题到今天更加复杂，这是一个主要的。我把这个一个简要的一个背景，来讨论这个话题。这是大家可以看到的当时的人口的这个大概的这个数据，48万 人口当中有多少是俄国人，然后有多少中国人，还有日本人，还有这样的一个大体上的背景。那所以1938年他们这全家到这个地方的时候，就是这么一个独特的一个背景。他开始在这儿学习了小提琴。那他学习小提琴的这个一个背景，这个是可以简单的说，纳粹德国要求日本也封禁这些犹太音乐家的音乐，他们的演奏家、作曲家的这个音乐，但日本没有完全跟着这个这个德国当年的这个要求来走。这是当年的一个背景。那刚才我已经说了，斯坦1961年抵达这个德国后，长达数十年，他和伯恩斯坦、这个卡拉扬、他们萨利比达奇他们一起来合作了很多年，作为第一小提琴和首席小提琴。所以我在2000年认识他，我们那个时候经常在一起聊天，有一段时间几乎每个周末都在爱因斯坦咖啡馆的后面有个院子，我们在那喝啤酒。所以这个以后，当时有一个从中国社会科学院到这个柏林来访问的一位学者，就翻译了他的出版的这本书，就回忆录。这本书当时没有地方出版，是我把它带回去，交给了人民文学出版社出版。以后我又请当时 Harvard University Professor 的 Leo Lee，写了一篇这个 review， 在读书，我当时编辑这个读书杂志，在这个读书杂志上，这个是一个大体的一个背景。那犹太音乐刚才说到底它怎么有没有影响这个问题，我先稍微说一下。这个以小提琴作为一个主要的，我们前天看到 Joseph Joachim 的这个曾经和 Brahms 在那个 museum 那活动的这个地方。实际上，犹太人的在中国的音乐活动有主要是两派，两个 school， 一派主要是这个 Alfred Wittenberg。他是Joachim 的学生，他是Berlin Opera 的首席小提琴，他流亡到了上海，他当时流亡到上海，他流亡到上海以后，当时上海工部局这个殖民租界工部局的乐队里面有很多的小提琴家，他们没有办法照顾自己的孩子，听说有一个犹太人在教小提琴，就把孩子送到他那去学习小提琴，后来发现他们的孩子的进步神速，所以他们就去看到底谁来教他们的孩子的。后来这些工部局的小提琴家就自己变成了 Wittenberg 的学生，他们开头是送孩子去的，所以这些学生里面就有这样的一些人。这个谭淑珍，是上海最重要的小提琴家，其实他后来是上海音乐学院的副院长。陈宗辉、马思宏还有很多，我这儿没有时间来讲他们这样的一个背景，大概是这么一个背景。那他们的圣到了哈尔滨以后，他跟谁接触呢？他的老师叫 Trachtenberg 是谁的学生呢？是这个所谓的 Leopold Auer 的学生。Leopold Auer 是小提琴的彼得堡学派的宗师，他其实也是 Joseph Joachim 的学生，但是他自立了门派。这个人当然是非常非常了不起，在小提琴历史上，因为这个 Micha Elman、Jacha Heifetz 那个Tocha Sandel， 然后这个 Jackson 和 Milstein 全部是他的学生，所以那个 Trachtenberg， 我一会儿还说他在北京的这个关系，他们是20世纪最伟大的小提琴家的系列，也就是说 Trachtenberg 是海菲茨的师兄弟。所以斯特跟我说，他每次听到海菲茨的音乐的时候，他的心脏就立刻就激动起来，他非常的这样的一个。而这个一会儿我说，在北京 这个他 Huttenberg 的一个什么样的人呢？有另外一个犹太音乐家，其实他也是奥尔的学生，但是跟 Huttenberg 也就是 Stern 的老师有非常密切的关系，叫 Tonov 是在北京影响极大，因为这个刘天华、冼星海、赵年奎全部都是他的学生，包括李德伦。李德伦有一篇回忆录讲他们早年学习的时候，就是跟 Tonov 是不仅是奥尔的学生，而且他的母亲后来他的母亲又嫁给了 Huttenberg， 所以这个 Tonov 是 Huttenberg 的算是养子哦，这个继父，而是他的继父。那他们这个关系也可以说，这个 Stern 到了北京，他后来跟李德伦就中央乐团合作的时候，他实际上是跟他老师的继子的学生联合在演奏，这是一个 network， 一个小提琴的犹太的小提琴的 network 在中国的这个历史。这是我讲这个 Tonov 的经历，我就不多说了，这是查找的这个资料。那有意思的是，20世纪这个中国有过国粹的运动，我们都知道也有国乐的运动，民族音乐，我们强调中国要有自己的这个音乐。那其中最重要的一个代表人物就是刘天华，他早期在燕京大学，后来也在北京大学学，他的哥哥就是著名的刘半农，这个他字这个女旁的他就是他发明出来的。但是有意思的是，他的最著名的当然是他的光明行，他是二胡演奏家。但事实上呢，他当时是跟这个犹太的 Tonov 学习小提琴，所以他的改造二胡的技法和琵琶的技法和这些其他的这些民族音乐的这些技法，他做了曲子，为琵琶做了曲子，为二胡做了曲子，为这些民族器乐做了曲子，但是他是受了小提琴的影响之后又改造的一个这样的东西，所以我们可以看他做的这个几个重要的这些事情，一个就是他的光明行，他用的那个控制结构和这个表演的技巧都受到了小提琴的这个影响，而他当时被认为是民族音乐的最重要的代表。所以他还这个做了琵琶的几首这个曲子，歌舞行、改进操、虚赖、遍体新水令，这些都是典型的中国的音乐，但事实上是他跟随这个 Tonov 学习之后变出来的。更重要的当然是他编制的，到今天有重大影响。如果你要学习二胡的话，你就要学习练习曲，而二胡是没有练习曲的，在此之前，二胡都是跟着师傅学。所以这个用二胡练习曲是小提琴练习曲衍生出来的一个方式，就学习二胡的方式发生了变化。第二个呢，二胡是原来都是伴奏的器乐，但是从那之后，二胡就开始独奏了，有 solo 这个二胡的这种形式。但是这些确实都成为现代中国民族音乐的代表。我从这一点上想起这个。如何讲影响？一种影响是显性的，我们学了一个东西；还有一种东西是融化在另外一个世界里面，变成共同创造的一个新因素，是一个新的创造的一个新的因素。就好像这个，我记得余华引过这个 Borges 的一句话，就像水消失在水中。那犹太的那些或者西方音乐的那些因素，就像水一样的消失在中国的民族音乐的水中，变成了一种新的东西，变成了一个新的东西。它不能够再用旧的 identity 来表述它，它完全融汇在一个新的海洋里面。不但如此，这个杨宝忠是民国时期最伟大的京胡大师，他也是 Tonov 的学生，他也学习过小提琴。而且他早期是余叔岩的弟子，所以他这个后来到18岁的时候，因为变声，他不能唱了。那个时候他开始学习小提琴和西方的音乐。这个时候他重要的改造了京胡，他成为民国时期最重要的名角的所有主要名角都找了他做京胡伴奏。 所以这个人，也就是说，我们今天讲的，你说周宝昌，如果他在的话，我们也得跟他讲这个故事。哎，可惜了，他走了。所以这个有两种不同的影响。这个 acknowledgments 这个是非常有名，他在上海，在北京活动。他到50年代的中国，他有一个这个交响曲是北京胡同，但今天已经没有太多的人。不过你可以看他跟冼星海、吕记、贺露汀他们的这个合作的关系，他也跟这个 Wittenberg 有联系，也就是说也可以追溯到 Joseph Joachim 的这个历史。所以这是一个，然后他做的是用西洋音乐做典型的中国题材，比如说观音，这个杨贵妃，孟姜女，北京胡同。我听过，现在上网搜还能搜到北京胡同的片段，那样的一个交响曲的这个音乐，这个讲一个背景，也就是有影响没有影响，这是一个很特别的一个故事。2013年其实是克里米亚危机的那个前夜，整个乌克兰在危机当中。那一年我到德国来，当时就 Zeit 就《时代周报》邀请我去跟这个 Helmut Schmidt 老总理做一次谈话，所以我到汉堡去，在他家里谈了3个多小时，很长的一个谈话。在这个谈话当中，我问他跟毛泽东见面的情况，他跟我说了一句话，他说毛见到他说哦，你这么年轻啊，第一，第二说那个其实我们都是德国人。他愣了一下，毛说我是 Marxist，you're the Kantian。然后他 afterwards he said that he saw that， 昨天我们也听到了，他有一个想法，他认为中国人不会是 Marxist， 他认为农业社会怎么能会是 Marxist 等等，他有一系列的评论。这个我在那个清华大学的有一位这个清华大学的这个 archive 里面有一个未经毛自己重新审查过的这个当时的会谈记录，其中有半句话记录在里面，不在开头，在中间，大家可以看到，他说他是马克思主义者，他说他是 Kantian 的这一段话。那为什么说到这个原因，就是因为 Hamderson 在那个时候，也就是他看到了基辛格、尼克松访华，看到了 Helmut Schmidt 访华，他看到了一个机会，这个机会就是他要重返中国。他有2个心愿，在战后到了德国，回到德国以后，他说他有2个心愿，这就是我说的 two gifts。他的一生，他说我要完成2个心愿，一个是带领柏林爱乐访问中国，作为一个 gift 还给中国人，因为中国人在战争期间救了他，帮助了他，他的感谢作为一个 gift 还给中国人。这是他的第一个愿望。他的第2个愿望是他希望这个能够带领柏林爱乐乐团访问以色列，促成德国和以色列之间的和解。这是我稍后说比较这2个 gifts 之间的差异啊。就是他到了这个，也就是说，当1975年他们的 Schmidt 到了中国之后，他就立刻开始着手要来动员柏林爱乐去中国 Berlin Philharmonic visit China， 所以很快他自己先来，他到了哈尔滨，他当年这些照片就是他当年在哈尔滨的这个照片，他也接触了中央乐团，所以我们可以看到，很快在过了一段时间，这个事情为什么有很多的耽搁，这也有很多原因，可以看到，大家看这个。左边这张我不知道是你们的是我的左边，反正是哈拉扬和李德伦在握手，李德伦是中央乐团的指挥。右边这张像农民一样，就是李德伦，后面是哈拉扬，他们在北京的街上在走路。那李德伦跟那个他们的师妹说，莫扎特是资产阶级上升时期的伟大音乐家。莫扎特跟资产阶级没有关系，就是个 genius。Anyway， 他们2人有一段关于音乐的这个辩论。 非常非常有意思的这样的一个故事。也就在同一年，另外一个 Stern 更有名的独奏小提琴家叫伊萨克斯坦，他到了中国。我说一个故事，就是当年1949年到1950年，他移民到以色列以后，在一个夜总会里面弹钢琴。有一天来了一个跟他年龄差不多，但是已经成名、比他更有名的一个小提琴家到这个夜总会来，哇！一听他的钢琴，哇，觉得他这么好啊，就跟他聊天。2个 Stern 见到了，那个伊萨克斯坦说：“我可以介绍你去做一个 interview 到特拉维夫的Philharmonic。”所以这个 Hamilton 受到伊萨克斯坦的介绍，就去了做 interview， 就被特拉维夫爱乐录取为小提琴手第一小。但是他后来决定离开，就几年之后他就离开了。所以我把这个伊萨克斯坦的这个关系放在这个脉络里面，他们之间。那这是第一个，1979年就成功了。在什么地方呢？在工人体育场演奏那个音乐。那中国人民不太懂这个 Philharmonic anyway， 每一个 chapter 完了以后，大家就鼓掌，对不对？每一个段落完了就鼓掌。卡拉扬非常非常生气，还有大家就告诉这个说话吃瓜子啊，或者是这是大家都知道那个时代。这有一次卡拉扬实在就生气，他已经开始演奏了，突然就停下了，掉过身来，有点用训斥的态度对观众。为这件事情的 Hamilton 和卡拉扬吵了一架。他说中国人不懂这个交响乐，但是中国人民没有任何的恶意，其实是他们非常友好的。他就谈论如何去理解 arrogance 这件事儿，不是有意和无意，而是一个习惯、一个惯习，各自文化里面产生出来的。贴鲁迅对京剧也讨厌，是吧？我们都知道他最恨那个扔手巾把子什么那些事，我们都知道这个故事。重要的一件事情就是，他很早那个时候就希望柏林爱乐能够去以色列，但是这个证明比到中国还要困难。我们都知道，那还是冷战这样一个时期，竟然在79年很快就去了。开头是以色列政府不同意。后来好不容易动员以色列政府同意了，他跟卡拉扬商量，卡拉扬不同意。为什么？卡拉扬年轻的时候，大家在这儿都知道，曾经有2次为了他的事业加入过纳粹组织，那个 media 都在炒作这件事，所以卡拉扬就坚决不同意。所以这件事情一直拖到最后，他就发现他就要绕开卡拉扬，他就找了伯恩斯坦，因为伯恩斯坦也是犹太人，所以伯恩斯坦同意了，他们准备去了已经。可是伯恩斯坦在准备去的时候突然病倒了，后来去世了，完全没有办法这个去那，一直到这1990年，卡拉扬去世了。卡拉扬去世以后，他的障碍就消失了。卡拉扬去世以后，好像1个月，他就带着柏林爱乐乐团去了特拉维夫和耶路撒冷。当时是跟巴恩波伊作为指挥到了以色列，在特拉维夫做了一场很轰动。结果第2场，他们把特拉维夫爱乐和柏林爱乐合起来，由祖宾梅塔来指挥，在这个耶路撒冷做了一场2个乐团联合起来的演奏，轰动整个世界。这就是当时的现场的这个照片。那之后，当然祖宾梅塔也到了中国，这都是这一段的历史。我讲这一段的历史，我还有多少时间讲？
还有大概15分钟。
好，以最快的速度讲。A merciful massacre， 一个仁慈的屠杀者吗？就是解释日本对犹太人在2次大战当中的这个态度的这个问题。这个从欧洲的视角里面所解释的，我们可以看到的，包括在日本的自我叙述里面所看到的，都是说日本根本没有这概念，什么叫 genocide， 也没有这个犹太的这个问题，所以他们对犹太人比较好，所以没有驱逐犹太人。但是这个恐怕只是在一个视角里面所叙述的这个故事，这都是在我们可以看到的这些著作里面，很多的这个英文的、德文的叙述里面都有这一套，包括日文的一些著作里面叙述的这个问题。所以这个很有意思，我在这里大江健三郎的说明，因为整个如果比较战后 New York trial 和 Tokyo trial 一个显著的区别，就是在东京审判当中根本没有 genocide 的这个词，而 New York 完全是不同的。换成南京大屠杀根本不是，所以前面有一位专门解释说，这个南京虽然它很残酷，但是它不是有意的，它没有水晶之夜那样的策划，没有所有这些东西。也就是这样的，在一个欧洲当年的这个视角里面去理解亚洲的这些暴行的时候，所产生出的一个视差，我们可以说是一个视差带来的解释上的很多的这个问题。实际上的情况是1933年30年代开始以后，日本在哈尔滨也有过许多的针对犹太人的行动我们都知道那个马迭尔那个咖啡馆著名的他的那个拥有者的儿子也是犹太人开的，被绑架，而且当时到30年代中期，其实是大批的犹太人被迫南下，所以说日本完全没有排犹，这不是个事实但是实际的一个状况是，到30年代是33、35以后，这个中期之后，开始的确出现了一些重要的一些变化。这个变化来源于什么呢？来源于当年活跃在这个地区的犹太专家，这个犬种为重、安江先弘、碾川义介，这个前面2位都是大作。最后一个是他的这个商业这个企业家，他们活跃在西伯利亚和这个中国东北。那他们到了1938年前后，他们一直给这个日本政府建议，要在这个地区收留更多的犹太人。他们当时计划至少收留5万以上的犹太人，在这儿做一个准备，要在这个地方准备。那现在有不同的说法，其中文献上没有，我找不到，只有 Tolkien 他们的书里面说，因为他们在战后发现了一个叫做的Kagan，叫 William Kagan， 他们发现了在废墟当中发现的10卷犹太人文件，他们在这个文件当中，他声称说，在这个文件1938年，当年的日本内阁召开了5项会议，决定在这个地区大规模的招募犹太人到这个地区来。那这是，但最后这个文件没有，建议肯定是有的。我们可以看到的是，这个是在这样的一个背景下，我后来下载了日本外务省的12卷外务档案里面的犹太档案。这个是现在可以通过这个，我很多年前就下载了，一点一点的在读，所以有点难度。但是没有找到最重要的这个围绕这个问题有这样的几部英语的、日文的和德文的这个著作，都涉及利用这个可以说是做这样的一个屠杀者。那利用这批像这个板东弘也是日本学者，他根据这些文件做出的一个基本结论，他还是认为日本的犹太政策做的这个证明呢，日本即使可以说不是德国法西斯所实行的屠杀犹太人的共谋者，也是其帮助者。他确实是帮助的这些人，这是德文的这个著作。这是我做了一点翻译，这是板东弘的这个日文的著作，我也做了一点翻译，具体的我没有时间去讲述这个故事。这个安江先弘大佐，其实就是1903年俄国反犹主义那份文献的翻译者，他用包황子的笔名发表在日文的 杂志上面，所以日本是有很多的反犹主义文件的。在中文世界里面，几乎没有任何反犹主义文件，没有找到一份，唯一的一份涉及的是一个天主教的翻译文献，除此之外并没有任何涉及。但是在日本是可以找到这些文件的。所以那个时候的反犹，从我一开头说反犹主义、反共和俄国问题是密切的联系在一起的。这个在战后实际上起了重大的作用。如何去扭曲和说这些事情、讲述这些事情，是一个特别重大。对于今天我认为这个世界的许多的矛盾都有重大的影响。我在这儿因为没有时间来叙述了。基本上我认为它有3个主要的原因，为什么日本人没有在这个日本当时的政府没有在东北和上海实行这些政策。第一个是他们认为要影响美国的 national policy， 通过这个美国的犹太人，这是有证据的，这个有很多证据。第二个是他们受到1904年日俄战争的启发，希望有得到更多的1904年日俄战争日本方面的胜利，很大程度上要归功于在美国和英国的策动下，有犹太资金大规模的注入日本，大概占有日本军费的40%来自于这样的这些捐款。所以我们可以看到的这种代理人战争模式是有这样的形态，在当时就出现的，并不是以后出现的。所以还有一个，日本在占领满洲地区以后，才建立了满洲国。当时的英美是不承认满洲国的，所以他希望，他们文献里面也证明说，我们如果建立了这样的一个犹太人聚居地，可以逼迫美国和英国承认满洲国，这是他的另外一个背景。所以这些政治和经济的因素交织在一起，构成的一个矛盾性的一个现象。怎么去解释这样的一个现象？所以我在这儿讲这个我1分钟说把这个故事讲完，也许可以讨论后面的 implication 啊这些问题。这个当年日俄战争期间，日本的军事力量是远远弱于俄罗斯的，所以他们派了高桥世清，他们的日本的这个银行的这个副总裁到伦敦去募捐，但是英国不方便以国家形式出现，就找到了这些犹太人。当年这个 Jacob Schiff， 这个昨天我们跟 Professor Isabella 谈过他的这个角色，在一次宴会上安排这个 Jacob Schiff 就坐在高桥世清的旁边。Jacob Schiff 的自己的亲戚，他是德国的美国犹太人。但他们的亲戚当中受到过这个一些俄国的当年的这些影响，所以他非常讨厌这个俄国方面。但同时，他的公司他是这个花旗银行的大股东，他又是当时太平洋铁路的大股东，而他们很希望占有太平洋铁路也进入到中国东北地区，所以美国在普茨茅斯条约当中偏向日本做中间的这个 negotiator 不是偶然的，有它的利益所在。所以这笔钱算一共有5笔捐款，当然有一部分是非犹太的，有一部分犹太，大部分。那这个加起来大概到现在这个说不大概有2亿以上的，现在这个有好多算法。这个我也查了俄国的材料，也查了日本的这个资料，大概有多的甚至是更多4、5亿，但大概不会少于2亿美元的资助给日本，占据当年日本军费大概40%，所以使得这场战争的整个的这个格局发生了重大的这个变化啊。这是日本的这个材料的说明，我也有原始的这个文档，这是俄国的这个历史著作当中所提到的。这个当时资助这个数目，资助日本当时的这个战争的这个数目，然后这是我所找到的从远东当年的这个 巴伊斯 Cotley 和这些材料当中所看到的美国当时为什么要介入这件事情的这个背景。那当然这就是 所谓的复古 plan， 也就是 Tolkien 和这个 Mary Schwartz 他们的这本书，他们根据卡岗文献写作的这本书。那板东红认为那个最后的那一份文件依旧不存在。什么是复古？大概不知道不知道？就是中国的河豚鱼，有毒的，很鲜美，要吃它，同时要把它的有毒的部分去除掉。这就是当时日本的是1938年他们所说的这样的一个文件的这样的一个状况。这个整个的计划就是要把5万的 Ashkenazi Jews 送到这个东北去。那所以我当初跟 Tom Stern 谈话的时候，我心里头一直有一个疑惑，就我到底怎么解释他所说的这个情感问题？我一直有一个疑惑，后来就一直带着这个疑惑。我到日本，有一年在日本东京大学访问的时候，我就开始想去找这些材料，去理解一下这些问题。那此后又有了新的一些研究性的书出来了，因为这个 Tolkien 他们的书不是一个特别严格的学术性的一个著作，他用了大量的史料，所以但是呢，这个基本的材料是有了，所以我们现在根据这几个可以大致的勾勒出这个基本的这个画面，所以他们是如何用这样的方式来做的。我想回到这个最后的这个一个，因为理论分析已经没有时间了，我想要说这个一个问题，也就是在历史当中这些关系的复杂性，如何去解释世界历史？从亚洲视野，因为我们从辛德勒的名单等等，都是在欧洲、美国这样的一个独特的视角里面来讨论犹太问题的。那亚洲的视角里面，放在全球视野里面，怎么去看待这样的一个犹太问题？如何分析这个过分把单一的特殊化？因为我们犹太问题在今天是非常重要的，20世纪历史当中的核心问题，伦理的追问、哲学的追问、历史的追问，都围绕着这个问题。20世纪历史没有这个问题是不可能的。但是另外一方面，它也带来了一些问题，就是它过分特殊化之后，把其他的暴行给掩盖了，在一定程度上扭曲了历史的这个画面，又由于跟反共连在一起，就更加如此。我想1分钟举一个简单的例子，比如立陶宛，当年立陶宛的这个民族主义者屠杀了大量的犹太人。但是苏联红军进攻立陶宛的之前，这个日本的这个一位怎么说领事签了2000多份签证让他们离开，他后来跟这个中国驻维也纳的领事一样，变成了这个在以色列受到了最英雄般的这个对待，给了一个勋章。可是问题是这个部分完全掩盖了早期像立陶宛民族主义的这个暴行，也掩盖了纳粹德国当年的屠犹和苏联对待犹太政策是完全不同的一个事实。这些问题在整个的历史叙述里面都带给我们一些困惑，所以重要的问题不是被这些事实利用来为这些邪恶辩护，而在于要重新建立我们更加丰富的历史视角去解释这些重大的历史问题。因为在历史上被迫害的、被屠杀的是各种各样的人。当年 Horkheimer、Adorno 早就揭示了这一点。犹太人、共产主义者、还有其他的这个不同的人都可能在不同的时期变成被迫害的人物。所以在这样的一个历史里面，我们来如何去理解我们这次会议的主题 ：Identities、Ignorance、Politics of the Self。我想我只是用一个故事来讲述这一点。我想说的就是，我们需要重新思考，我们审视这个时代和它的问题的理论框架。我们已经从里面学到了很多，但是我们要重新思考，更丰富它，使之有一个更深的对历史的 再解释。谢谢。
Hey, thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I think now for the question and answer session, we are going to also have translations. So feel free to pose your questions in either English or Chinese, and we will have translation available. There's no initial question. I could start. Okay. Yes.
就是中国人的时候，那段他不是会经过东欧嘛？我想问一下，就是他们当时是如何对待当时幸存的犹太人的？因为我对这方面是空白的。
I'd like to know how the Red Army of the Soviet Union treated the Jews in Eastern Europe on their way when the Red Army was on their way from Russia, from Soviet Union towards Nazi Germany.
我们没有做过这方面的研究，我很难具体的回答。红军进来以后，我们知道的有很多的中间出现的很多问题和暴力问题，在这个战争当中，我们能够知道的是，沙皇俄国有过激烈的排犹的行动，非常残酷的这个排犹行动，才会导致中国东北有大量的这个犹太人，还有一部分在西伯利亚，都是跟早期的俄国的这个排犹主义有关的。至于说苏联红军的这个部分，我确实没有做过这个研究，很难回答这个问题。
I haven't done any specific research about the question you raised, but I know that there was a ubiquitous violence against Jewish people in Russia, also already in the time of the Tsarist government, and that was also the reason why a lot of Jews fled to the northeastern part of China, even under Tsarist government, and also to Siberia. But I have no news about how the Red Army treated the Eastern European Jews on the way.
They liberated the camps in Eastern Europe, so they were the ones who liberated the camps in Eastern Europe.
That's true.
So there's that.
当然，我们这个提到这个红军，苏联红军是这个把犹太人从这个集中营解放，德国的人家。
Yes. Right there.
在第二次世界大战和法西斯战争期间，那么无论是中国人、中国的汉族人和这个犹太人都是受害者啊。南京大屠杀它是这个中国这个抗日战争当中受害最深的一个最集中的一个体现。但是在这个二战之后呢，就是说西方国家它在这个纪念的在这个犹太人的大屠杀的纪念。远远超过对南京大屠杀的关注，而且不仅是说是这个欧美国家，在以色列，它在这个二战之后，它其实长期是和日本痛苦的纪念，例如他们把犹太人大屠杀和广岛长期的原子弹爆炸这个和联系起来，而且以色列的一个总统叫佩里斯，他曾经说过说，这个20世纪有2次最惨痛的屠杀，然后一次是这个犹太人大屠杀，一次是这个广岛长期的核爆。那么，但是日本帝国它在这个基本上，它在这个亚洲杀害了数千万人，并在中国就杀害了2000万人。那么现在它是以色列，它后来和日本就是这样的经验，它其实是颠倒了受害者和杀害者的身份。那么这个是不是也是在以色列和日本，它是西方的盟友，所以它就是西方比较有话语的话，而中国的苦难是被忽视。
I think that remembering the victims, like the the Jewish victims of Nazi Germany and also Jewish victims who were victims within China are not in a just relation compared with the Chinese, the Hanzhou, the Chinese victims under the Japanese. And we have when we remember the victims, I believe that the Chinese victims of under Japanese rule in China are obliterated. They are in a secondary position, and the victims in Japan under the nuclear bomb and the victims, the Jewish being victims under Nazi, they are put in a very, how to say, favorable position if you compare with the Chinese victims. So that is maybe because Japan and Israel, they both are sort of fellow members of the Western Allied system, and the memory of the Chinese victims is somehow obliterated.
这是特别一个大的一个历史问题，我在这儿没办法完整的来回答这个话题。整个来说，对于这段历史涉及，我觉得冷战时期的整个的战后安排所导致的对历史的图景的一个某一种的需求造成的。这个我们都知道。这个麦克阿瑟占领日本以后，到50年代这个旧金山条约签订以后，基本上就构筑了一直到今天依旧被称之为的 rule-based order 的那个 order。所以在那个 order 下面，怎么去叙述这个历史，成为一个重大的历史问题。在这儿，这个问题的重心不是简单的清算历史旧账、讨论民族主义的问题，不是这样的一个问题，而是怎么理解这个暴力的历史。怎么在今天诠释这个暴力的历史之间的关系？这是我想要重点讨论的问题。也就是说，我们说要思考这些理论的前提，一定程度上就是冷战时期形成的这些思维框架，到今天依旧还有重大的影响对我们。所以，我们到底怎么去看待这些社会和这些问题？已经有大量的，我想有很多的学者从不同方面做这些工作，围绕的这个中日之间的这个已经有过大量的这个讨论。我只能举简单的例子，比如说
I think that this is really a very historic problem that has been left over, and especially after the Cold War, because during the Cold War, if you believe, if you know, or if you observe the fact that MacArthur installed his system in Japan, East Asia, and that was the basis for the later the rule-based order we still have today in the world, and so this is something which has been set already at the start of the Cold War, and it has ruled over the way we think all the years after the Cold War started, even after now. So the problem is whether we can find enough material to judge on and try to understand how the real face, the real appearance of violence could be described, the violence that happened.
呃，这个我想我们可以在这个问题上，我想有很多的学者从不同方面做这些工作，围绕的这个中日之间的这个已经有过大量的这个讨论。我只举简单的例子，比如说
Any other questions? Okay, we've got 3 questions, but maybe we'll collect some questions together. Okay, so you go first.
谢谢王伟老师的精彩的展示，然后尤其是这一段关于就是说犹太当时在满洲国的这一部分离散的这个历史，然后它其实跟我最近的一些研究是有一些相关性，因为我自己本身是长春人，然后我自己的最近的一些研究呢是关于说就是满洲国时期的这些少数族裔和包括一些就是说流亡的分子，无论是说是从朝鲜半岛去的流亡的分子，甚至包括一些台湾地区的，然后以及包括从这个日本本土过去的，因为我们知道当时满铁它整个的殖民工程，它里边其实承载了大量的来自于日本本土的这个左翼分子，因为他们当时推行一种就是说所谓的就是这种Asianism，就是说亚洲概念、亚洲主义的，他们有一种理想。虽然说后面这一部分这种 Asianism 后来是被在军国主义中妥协之下，它成为了一个就是说日本在东亚的殖民工程的一个意识形态上的这个理论工具。但是在当时这一种就是说去 feature 一个共同的亚洲的主体性的这种概念的意识形态，其实是有另外一个非常这种分支，它相当于是流亡到了满洲去。然后以及在当时的那个历史语境下，无论是基于比如说日本的 propaganda 的原因，还是说是基于那种在那个历史时段，会把满洲或者满洲国当成一个就是说是可能它有一种在那个历史时段，它会有一种可能性，就是说它会成为一个可能新的某一种代表了未来的亚洲国家的一种可能性的一个地方，所以它吸引了大量的这种就是说 marginalized person 去汇集到那个地方，然后以及因为当时整个的欧洲的全世界的这种意识形态对抗，然后提到的德国的这种反犹的和反共的这个历史语境，所以会把当时的变成了一个说是有一层层包裹，而且一层一层去累积上去的这么一个非常特殊的一个实体。然后我在您的这个presentation 里面也感受到说它的这种复杂性，它是说就真的是有太多的 layer 在里面。然后我其实想问你的是，就是说，那我们作为一个无论是 researcher 也好，还是说我作为一个创作者作品，然后我时常会感觉到有一种，比如说，尤其是最近会有一种视觉的状态，这种视觉状态是说。
短一点吧，不要那么长。
当我在面对就是类似问题的时候，包括你在后面也会提到，在中国和德国，我们都会有非常特殊的这个叙述的环境，无论是媒体的环境也好，还是说是政治言论的环境也好。那比如说在德国的话，像犹太问题，它就是一个没有办法被触碰的一个政治实践。但相应的满洲国的这个问题，其实在中国的它更具体的
对，我们必须得到下一个问题，因为我们那个没那么多时间。好，下一个。
怎么去回应这种是说我们当面对说这么多的政治实践，这么多的政治议题，然后我们可以尤其处理如此复杂的历史问题，当然要去。
还有一个问题，什么是时间？这是一个问题。
没有一个是 strategy， 就是说我们作为一个无论是 researcher、historian、artist， 那我们这就是一个怎么去处理一个历史问题的一个 strategy。我们面对什么样的观众，然后我们怎么样的去把握。
I was by your talk because it has some similarities with the research I'm doing on Manchuria also. I think I'm coming from Changchun, and we know that there was a kind of exiles becoming to go to from other Asian countries like from Korea, from Taiwan, and the leftist refugees and marginalized people from other countries who believed in Asian nihilism, and they wanted to go to Manchuria and establish Asianist system or country there, understood correctly. And so different marginalized people, also leftist people from other Asian countries flocked to Manchuria to accumulate there, and they built layers of different origin there. And it constructed a very extremely complicated situation. And to do research on such a complicated issue leads us to find a strategy. So I think maybe that's a question. Which strategy should we follow? We need a strategy to do research. We cannot do it like blind research everywhere and then to no avail. We will never reach any never reach any result. We need a strategy.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you for the. Okay, I see.
重新理解中国和世界的这样一个关系的很多的新的思考。然后我想问一个问题，关于音乐在这种跨国史的叙述中，它的一个作用是什么？就是我觉得跨国史的学者有一些就已经开始在谈这个跨国音乐家，比如说美国史家，跨国史里面都有一些人用音乐家的历史去见过这样跨国的历史。然后我觉得这个你今天分享这个案例是一个特别完美的一个跨国史一个书写的案例。然后这音乐，我想就是它勾连了你也提到了一个就是在一个 Holocaust 这样一个大屠杀的暴力集中的一个时段里面，它反映了人性中最柔软、最美好的一些方面，一些最美的方面。然后就是音乐，我想它集中呈现这种暴力和美之间的一种大的张力。然后同时呢，我在听演讲过程中也发现，就是音乐这样跨国的流动，虽然音乐家流动到了中国，但是音乐它本身就是在中国本土的这样一个 Monica 的适应性，也是一个很有意思的过程。一开始一些中国人不会欣赏这个 Monica， 但是呢，你也讲到了有一些中国人，他意外的有好多人成为了在这个音乐家的影响下，成为了就是培养出了新一代的音乐家。对这个音乐和这种跨国性的适应性的问题，然后暴力和美之间的关系，以及音乐在这段充满苦难的历史中，它扮演的作用是什么？
好，最后
I'm doing research on the history of thought, and I'm always interested in the function of music in this field. How could music function in bringing different thoughts of different cultures together? Because music is a very beautiful and very perfect example of how the beauty of music could function in an epoch of massacres, violence, and also it brings the question to us how music coming from other cultural fields into the cultural surrounding could be accommodated, because it feels foreign and it has to accommodate with another tradition of music or other habits of hearing, and so that in the ultimate effect, music could successfully bring unity and harmony and cross-border, say, international friendship or collaboration to the people.
So how are you doing?
mentioned the Jewish culture. So I want to ask, how do you define English culture or some kind of Jewish influence?
How to define?
To define or how to distinguish it from European culture?
这基本上常常有一个非常具体的问题，因为你经常讲到这个来自欧洲的犹太人到了中国，比如说他如何去施展他的印象，但是我们把这些人是看作犹太人还是看作欧洲人？那么犹太人有什么叫做独特的特征？就是说为什么或者凭着什么界限，或者凭着什么样的一个界定，就可以说他是犹太人，而那个人不是犹太人，但是他也是欧洲人，就是他的当犹太人的特点到底。
我从最后一个问题开始回答好吗？我尽可能的简短，因为我们可能已经超时了，我估计。那个怎么辨别犹太人的问题？其实犹太人本身不是一种人，有各个我们都知道，犹太社会内部是非常多样的，不同地区。德国犹太人是经过了启蒙运动之后很重大的变迁，跟东欧犹太人、俄国犹太人差别很大。我们都知道这个各种各样的这个差异问题，这不是特别对于中国人来讲，这些差异常常是被忽略了的，这是确实的，就是因为我在说这犹太人进入中国有好多次的浪潮，宋朝，然后19世纪鸦片战争之后，然后20世纪这个这个俄国革命之后，然后是2次大战期间，它这个每一次浪潮来的人是不一样的。
I appreciate your question, but it's really difficult to define what is Jewish, because even in the Jewish community they are split into different entities, and you see in the example of German Jews, those German Jews who were influenced by Enlightenment movement, and those who stayed in Eastern Europe, which were not did not come under the influence of Enlightenment. They are Jerem, they're very different as well. So different kinds of Jews. And that is a fact, but when it comes to the Chinese, they don't see these differences. They oversee them. They don't take them as different traits or different characteristics. And actually, also time-wise, the diasporic influx of Jews into China, there were different waves of Jews coming. So it started in the Song Dynasty, and then going on different waves until, as a result of the October Revolution, and it starts Russia, and then again as a result of Hitler and the World War II. Or different, so it's not very unified.
这个刚才说普通的中国人确实没有什么区分，他们分不清楚，欧洲人、犹太人这个没有什么区分，他们都是西方人。
They say don't know the Jew or European. They don't know the European. It's just the Western. From there, they are. That's it.
音乐也是如此，他们没有说这些小提琴家是犹太的音乐，其实他们在当时就是西洋音乐的一个部分，这是一个完整的这个整个文化交流里面也是如此。但是在政治上，2次大战是很清晰的标志。我在这儿，孙科这是当年国民党的这个孙中山的这个儿子，也是当过行政院长，他们也曾经有过大规模收留犹太人的计划。我在这儿，这是在第2档案馆拥有的这个文献，就当年他是把犹太人看作是一个民族受亡国之苦痛最深。
the British also in the time before 49 in the KKT time when the KKT government was in Chongqing. They were very sensitive towards the Jewish question, and they, like, for example, son of Sun Yat-sen or Sun Ce, he reckoned that the Jewish had a long history of over 2,000 years of being dispersed everywhere, like this. And he also wanted to connect Jewish people to China during the KMT, the Kuomintang, the nationalist.
所以在1945年，中共在延安也举行过全球被压迫民族大会，特别的邀请了犹太人的代表参加这个大会，所以犹太人在当时也被视为被压迫民族的一个部分。
We should remember that in 1945 in Yan'an, when the British stopped over in Yan'an at that period of time. They called a conference to help to suppress people of the whole world, and these delegates were also invited.
另外一个讲到音乐的交流，刚才已经讲这些故事，它并不是完全独立出来的。我说是水消失在水中一样的这样的一个过程。另外一方面就是，其实犹太人在中国。过去我们都知道，开封犹太人完全同化在当地的居民当中，有汉人的社会，有穆斯林社会，这些很多人讲述过。在20世纪，尤其是在哈尔滨的犹太人，事实上他们保持着非常紧密的社群，他们跟中国人的社会联系少于他们跟自己社群的联系，也在中国同样平安无事。所以 ，to be assimilated or not is not questioning。我们现在大量的争论这些问题，都是在某一个假定条件下。事实上，保持着自己的社群性和逐渐的和当地社会相互融合，这两种形式都曾经在中国历史中平行的、和平的存在过。
When I go back to this again, if you want to gauge the effect of the influx of foreign music in China, and I would rather refer to it as being a drop of foreign water falling into the water ocean. So that is the names that hints at assimilation. And we have different examples in history when it comes to the influx of Jewish waves of Jewish immigration into imperial China in earlier times, like the Jews in Kaifeng, and they were completely assimilated. So, and we have other examples that when the Jews accumulated in like Harbin, the northeastern part of China, they really tried to stick to themselves, and they had sort of no or not much communication going on with the outer Chinese surroundings. In the other quarters of the city, they stayed with themselves. There's a close community. So we have one example of Jews having been assimilated, finally those try to secure themselves and steady remaining Jewish.
在我们Please, yeah.
I just wanted to add a small point. You pointed out already, the Navy was pro-Jewish settlement in the frontier of Mexico.
Yeah.
Because they were not as anti-Western. Pro-war was the army. The army wanted to establish an Islamic regime in Xinjiang.
Yeah.
And right at that moment, a few years before, debate about whether the Jewish immigration should come or not,
the army was behind the plot to install an exiled Ottoman Turkish prince as the ruler of Sinjar.
Yeah.
Between 1933 and 1935. So army is pan-Slavic, Navy is pan-Jewish.
Okay.
We can say.
Yeah. Thank you. Still need to check.
Japanese.
Japanese, yeah. Yeah, that's a very important thing. Actually, thank you very much for this reminding. It's because during the wartime, the land army and the navy was really different, their policy towards China and to other countries. That was related to the first question of Pan-Asianism, the complexity and the different layers of the Pan-Asianism. Here, you yourself and maybe Professor Conrad or the Viren was already done the new research on the Pan-Asianism, that how the so-called the dimension of multiculturalism as a form of imperialistic Pan-Asianism. And to see that, so we still see that like a KMT, the Kuomintang, and the Communist Party, and the Japanese sides, they all try to have different diversities. However, their politics was very different. So that's why the whole idea of so-called oppressed nation was still very important. This is the first. Second, even for the multiculturalism, for that kind of multiple ethnicity policy for the Pan-Asianism, we're still focused on the specificity or the speciality of ethnics, nation, religion, and so on and so forth. But for others, like in the Yan'an and those people, they not completely focus on these kind of issues. As I hear, even Kant said that when he defined what's the Jewish characteristics, was focused on the nationality, focused on the religion, focused on the politics, and so on. That was a huge impact on the issue of identity. However, like Helmut Stern, he made the comments. He said that, well, why those people, Jews in China, disappeared? It's not because of the identity of community. It's because of the nature of the social condition. So how to understand these kind of issues, go beyond the identity politics, is still the crucial. So, and that time in the 1950s or 60s, some Chinese scholars also working on that, the comparison, whether or not we should focus on the social environment and the condition, or we should talking about the speciality or the specific ethnicity or the nationality. That was still the difference. I think that at that time, what Japanese Pan-Asianism, to some extent, they argue for the multiplicity, but still, they are very much focused on these kind of the issues, ethnicity, religions, and so on and so forth. So that's what I think about that. The whole idea from 19th century, the philosophy and the discourse of human rights itself have some limits. We need to rethink about these issues. It is still focused on these kind of the issues. That's what it's unfinished thinking. I have no time to elaborate my idea here.
就是多个文化的存在，多种存在，也是被制度方案来利用各种民主跟他们的特点，就是一个多个层次中式的存在的一个问题。另外，是不是会被同化？也是取决于当地的社会的周围的社会的特点。所以今天可能是需要，不是说今天啊，就是我们现在可能是需要重新找一些稳定的标准，一套新的标准来作为我们对这个问题的研究的这个出发点。
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Please join me again in thanking our keynote speaker, Professor Wang. Now we have a 5-minute break before our next session. So, thank you.
My name is Sebastian Konrad. I'm a historian of Germany, Japan, global history at the Free University of Berlin. I came late to this conference, but it seems like it's still in full vibrancy, and I'm learning a lot. We are already behind schedule, so there was a brief talk about moving into the Q&A right away, but we're not doing that. We're actually having the talks. There's lots of change. If you in the schedule are waiting for Klaus Mühlhahn speaking on being wrong as a lens on our time, then you're being wrong. But he's not here, had to leave early, and instead, and we're really very grateful, we have Harlan Chambers coming in, and he is a scholar now at Göttingen, holds a PhD from Columbia in modern Chinese literature and culture, is working on a book called Narrative Economies, Cultural Practice, and the Economic Imagination of China's Revolution, 1939 through 76. And yeah, he has, we're really super grateful that he's agreed to step in and kick us off. Harlan.
Thank you.
Thanks.
These are only a few brief comments that I prepared for a roundtable. I'll be brief. The title of this talk is The Production of Ignorance, Constructing a Politics of the Self for Our Present. Today, I want to begin by thinking from the horror of our present. This horror is neither universally experienced, nor is it evenly shared. I register this horror in my own daily life, for example, only as a kind of unease. That is, the unease of going about life in all of its mundane comforts and nagging distractions amidst a genocide. What does it mean to do intellectual work, to persist with academic life during a genocide, namely Israel's genocide in Palestine? To address this, I want to get past first my own unease at knowing that I am complicit as a tax-paying American, beyond the unease of knowing that the German state where I live and work is also complicit. To say nothing of ongoing events at Columbia University, where I was formerly a graduate student, which has collaborated in the disappearance of its own students who publicly take a principled stance against genocide, including Mahmoud Khalil, who remains in detention at a concentration camp in Louisiana. Beyond all of this is the horrific actuality of genocide itself, which is where I'll try to begin thinking in terms of the question of ignorance. A salient aspect of Israel's genocide has been the production of ignorance, a process that scholars characterize as scholasticide. The slaughter of communities of educators and students, the purposive obliteration of infrastructure for education at all levels, the targeted assault and murder of journalists, professors, and artists like the poet Refaat Al-Arir are combined with the decimation of museums, historical archives, cultural centers, and other immeasurably valuable sites of social life. The systematic, ongoing slaughter of educators' education and cultural life serves to produce ignorance. Those perpetuating this production of ignorance mean to thereby disrupt the reproduction of Palestinian society. What does it mean for us here to conduct intellectual work when the institutions and societies we are situated in are actively or passively complicit in such production of ignorance? The recognition of scholasticide in Gaza was recently a question for debate at the 2025 American Historical Association meeting in New York City. A debate that was seemingly settled when an overwhelming majority of voters supported the formally named resolution to oppose scholasticide in Gaza. However, only a few short weeks after this vote, the American Historical Association Council, or AHA Council, voided this resolution on transparently dishonest grounds. In light of this, we have to seriously interrogate what it means to do intellectual work, particularly when we are affiliated with institutions of learning that actively suppress critique and impose silence in a manner coherent with the production of ignorance that is fundamental to scholasticide. To put this differently, if, finally, those of us doing intellectual work cannot refashion our practices to address the production of ignorance, as the AHA Council certainly would have it, if we restrain ourselves to the petty bourgeois niceties of the conference room, then our intellectual work will contribute, consciously or not, to this ignorance. So, what is to be done? An extremely difficult question that could only meaningfully be answered within a given place, time, and among a given set of people, which is not my way of dodging the question, but of insisting that it cannot be answered in the abstract. I am in regular conversation with those who wrestle with this kind of problem from a position not totally unlike my own, the graduate workers who are still at Columbia University. They debate the most effective ways to keep all members of their community safe while securing the basic conditions necessary to continue intellectual work. Their struggles register as ongoing changes in a project for a union of graduate workers from my own years at Columbia. Even then, the work of unionization was quite complex, as it demanded huge amounts of time and labor. This resource-intensive process ran at a countercurrent to the entire structure of the academy and of academic professionalization. The whole pursuit of an academic career, the conditions for securing grants, tenure, promotion, are kind of individualizing processes of socialization, which reward those who subordinate other concerns to their own advancement while punishing those who dedicate their energies elsewhere, namely to the practical nitty-gritty of building a labor association. This tension seems to articulate two broad orientations towards a politics of the self. One that is an individualizing process, which academic institutions tend to reward, and the other, an associative or cooperativizing process that institutional disciplines discipline against. It's striking to me today how easily institutions like Columbia or Harvard University, in spite of its litigations, with their highly individualized and organizationally disaggregated faculty, have been easily subsumed into this broader project of produced ignorance, where any gesture of contestation seems to flounder in an ocean of compliance, much of it in advance. Again, I do not come here to propose a general solution to these problems. The ongoing struggles of graduate and scholarly associations, though, do suggest that the path forward could be oriented toward the slow, painful work of cooperativizing association rather than the individualizing achievements that today's academy celebrates. In this sense, any meaningful practice for a politics of the self would actively transform relations that go beyond the self qua individual or individualizing form, extending it instead to organize, experiment, and invent new cooperative relations with others. Only such an orientation can direct us towards the means for overcoming the production of ignorance that marks the Palestine question in all its uneven horror as the structuring crisis of our present. Thank you.
All right, next is, thank you, Harlan. Next is Lydia Liu. There's no need, I suppose, in this room to introduce her. Nevertheless, I want to emphasize that she is one of the major and important voices in this field of Chinese history, Chinese cultural studies, translingual practice, in particular, the book that probably everyone in the room knows, as well as Tokens of Exchange. She also comes to us from Columbia University. Lydia, it's great that you're here.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. How do I get to the other somehow? Okay. All right. Thank you, Harlan, for bringing us to the current situation, the urgent conditions of our intellectual work. I think it's very important that we have such reminders constantly. I decided to begin my talk. By the way, I prepared a 15 minutes talk, but it sounds like we only have 10 minutes, but I'll see what I can do. Okay. I have brought a quote here just to address the theme of our conference from Benjamin Schwartz, his old book from more than a century ago, where he says, few would claim that the West, which has emerged out of the 18th and 19th centuries, forms an easily apprehended synthesis at any level, political, social, or intellectual. Yet, when we turn our gaze toward the non-Western world, that which has been obscure suddenly becomes clear. The West suddenly assumes the guise of a fixed known quantity. I think that kind of knowledge is related to the question of ignorance that we have been hearing about. Now, the world has changed beyond recognition since Schwartz made those remarks. But we have not made the slightest progress toward liberating ourselves from the endless play of mirrors between the East and West, which he had criticized. I think this situation is much worse than what we call ignorance, because the play of mirrors between East and West disavows the foreign in the self, or the strange in the familiar, which cuts across the boundaries of self and non-self. This is related to what Wang Hui earlier spoke about in his keynote concerning some, these stabilizing forces in the construction of self. I have this, I have been thinking about these boundaries of self and non-self. They are central to how we think about the themes of the conference, because they are what produce differences, unities, and identities. It's not the other way around. When we forget this and begin to worry about identities, the boundaries themselves become invisible, and so that the so-called differences, linguistic differences, racial differences, culture divides, irreconcilable worldviews, and even civilizational divides can emerge. In my own work, I have tried to show that the practices of translation confront the boundaries of self and non-self, East and West, and therefore is quite capable of producing both unities and differences, and at the same time troubling them. This is where we may catch the possibility of ontological instability, multiplicity, as well as the radical openness to diversity, change, and ceaseless transformation of things. This is especially important in a multipolar world that is already here. People have all kinds of attachments. We attach ourselves to other humans, to animals, to objects, and to ideas. We do this for all kinds of reasons, rational or irrational. So you can't simply reason people out of their attachments. For instance, most people believe that the West is home to creative ideas and innovations, Whereas in China, research and development, R&D, is avidly pursued, but there are very few breakthroughs. The question, why China cannot innovate, has been repeated thousands of times and even got into the title of an article in Harvard Business Review, co-authored by Bill Kirby and his two colleagues. I know many of us know Bill Kirby, and this cliche is repeated ad nauseum until the news about DeepSeek broke out this year and crashed the stock market. DeepSeek was such a stunning repudiation of self-deception in the West that it has effectively stopped that cliche from being repeated again without embarrassment. But beyond the logic of business and technological competitiveness, the struggle over moral ideas between cultures has been more subtle and more insidious. Yesterday, we had a heated discussion over the question of values, in which Wang Hui brought up the debate on Asian values in the 1990s. Very briefly, that debate, if you remember, began in Singapore. And it was a reaction to the universalism of human rights. It was really about human rights, because the promoters of so-called Asian values sought refuge in cultural relativism and argued that human rights did not apply to them, or human rights did not apply to Asians because it was a Western idea. So the West owns the idea. In fact, European and American academics happen to agree with them. Some say human rights come from a European natural laws tradition, and others say, oh, it's actually a post-war American invention. These proprietary claims over so-called great ideas often prevent us from observing how the politics of universalism gets played out across time and place. So here, I'm going to give you an example, since I've been doing research in the archives of UN for some years on the reinvention of human rights. And so this is the example from the UN, how the International Bill of Human Rights was formulated. As many of you know, this bill consists of three important documents: Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and three, International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights. And there was a lot of struggle over this. The story I'm going to tell you is that if you think human rights as a Western idea, let's take a look at the drafting committee. Who sat on the drafting committee that created the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Eleanor Roosevelt was the chairwoman of the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Human Rights Commission. P.C. Zhang Pengchun was the vice chairman. John Humphrey, the secretariat, a Canadian legal scholar, René Gassin, a French lawyer, and Charles Malik, the rapporteur from Lebanon. Okay, so you have at least two people from the non-West. These are the two people from the non-West. And then who was Charles Malik? Charles Malik was the uncle of Edward Said, who wrote a memoir talking about his right-wing uncle. I'm not going to go into that. You can just check his memoir. Now, I have some pictures about the working group that got together to draft the document. Eleanor Roosevelt, First Lady, of course, President Roosevelt had died at that time, and she became she was very respected and became the head of this group. And then this was P.C. Zhang, who was, by the way, was a Columbia alumnus, and he was the vice chair. And so what happened was that on a Sunday afternoon in February 1947, Eleanor Roosevelt invited 3 guests to her New York apartment in Washington Square for tea and conversation. And the 3 guests were P.C. Zhang, Charles Malik, and John Humphrey. John Humphrey recorded detailed journals about that period. So we take a look at this part. And he is describing their visit to that tea afternoon. Zhang and Malik were too far apart in their philosophical approaches to be able to work together on a text. There was a great deal of talk, but we were getting nowhere. Then, after still another cup of tea, Zhang suggested that I put my other duties aside for 6 months and study Chinese philosophy, after which I might be able to prepare a text for the committee. That was his way of saying that Western influences might be too great, and he was looking at Malik as he spoke. He had already in the commission urged the importance of historical perspective. There was some more discussion, mainly of a philosophical character. Mrs. Roosevelt saying little, continuing to pour tea. Okay, so that was the situation as reported by Malik, by Humphrey. And here is a very interesting autobiographical narrative by Eleanor Roosevelt herself. Dr. Zhang was a pluralist and held forth in charming fashion on the proposition that is more than one kind of ultimate reality. The Declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, should reflect more than simply Western ideas. And Dr. Humphrey would have to be eclectic in his approach. His remark, though addressed to Dr. Humphrey, was really directed at Dr. Malik, from whom it drew a prompt retort as he expounded at some length the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. So Malik was the defender of so-called Western ideas. He was a Thomist Christian from Lebanon. Now, okay, Dr. Humphrey joined enthusiastically in discussion. And I remember that at one point, Dr. Zhang suggested that the Secretariat might spend a few months studying the fundamentals of Chinese Confucianism. This came up yesterday. By that time, I could not follow them. So loftily the conversation had become. So I simply filled the teacups again and sat back to be entertained by the talk of these learned gentlemen. So, okay. So what substantial impact, I'll just finish with a few slides. What substantial impact did this committee have on the notion of human rights when they drafted the Declaration of Human Rights? Take a quick look. Article 1, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act toward one another in a spirit of brotherhood. By the way, if you look at our earlier draft, here, the Holland draft, it was a year earlier, all men, being members of one family, are free, possess equal dignity and rights, and shall regard each other as brothers. Very different earlier draft. I have multiple different drafts. So let's compare here, all men being the earlier one and the finalist one. So men was replaced by human beings, and there were other substitutions, reason and conscience. Where did conscience come from? It came from this idea of ren in Chinese, because this is the drafting minutes report on their discussion. They were not happy with the earlier drafts. So Zhang thought that there should be added to the idea of reason, because human beings are not just endowed with reason, they have something else, the idea which he calls ren. Okay, so then the English equivalent might be sympathy or consciousness of his fellow men. And how did he interpret it? He interpreted how to translate it. Usually people translate it as humaneness or benevolence. But paleographic analysis, what Zhang adopted, he says it means two-man-mindedness. Okay, then there's a conceptual analysis that I give to the two-man-mindedness, the plural human, not based on individual, but on the plural. This is supported by 说文解字, as you can see, 从人从二, which was also what Han Sitong used in the beginning of his very well-known talk. Okay, so 人 human plus two, number two, the plural human. Okay, so what essentially he was proposing was a set of competing universals. And he actually made the argument, human rights must not be grounded on the individual, but must be grounded on something else. The plural human, and then I end with his remarks at the UN General Assembly. A human being had to be constantly conscious of other men in whose society he lived. A lengthy process of education was required before men and women realized the full value and obligation of the rights granted them in the Declaration. It was only when that stage had been achieved that those rights could be realized in practice. In other words, humans must be created. It's not a given. And that's how we ended up getting Article 1 in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I have more to say, but I ran out of time, so I'll just end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Also, yeah, apologies for the time frame that we were now given. Both talks started in very different places, but in some ways there was a convergence at the end of the discussion of individualism, collectivities, and so forth. And we've already had a prompt for Hans van Es, right, with this discussion of Asian values. So that brings us to the final talk of this morning. Hans van Es is a scholar of Chinese studies at the University of Munich. He's also has been for a long time, as far as I can remember, vice president of the university. His own work is primarily on ancient China, philosophy, has published a range of books on Confucianism, Taoism, ancient Chinese thought. And Hans, great that you're here. It's your turn.
the 12 core values of socialism that Xi Jinping has pronounced in 2012 and that can be found everywhere in China right now. I think it's very interesting to look at these things because it may be a surprise that the first value that we find there is prosperity. So, I mean, in the Declaration of the Human Rights, prosperity is actually something that is also important, or at least the possibility to lead a decent life is important in the Declaration. And this value here is the first one. But then it is, of course, also important that we find, let me see, I mean, I have been talking about these things in Germany several times, and I've often seen disbelief in the faces of my audience when we come to democracy as the second value. So this is very important in China, actually, and many people don't believe that here. They don't think it could be a Chinese value too, but of course it is. And then there's a second row here with the social values, where you have values borrowed from the French Revolution, namely freedom and equality. It's interesting that the idea of fraternité is missing, and that is the one that was, as you have seen in the Human Rights Declaration, also an issue, probably because you cannot just speak about brothers, but brotherhood is something that includes other people maybe more than just men. So to myself, it is interesting to see how much time the Chinese government has actually invested in defining what Chinese values are, and that these values are actually not controversial also on an international level. Here, the third row, I should also speak about. I have the impression that these are the values that the government expects its citizens should have, whereas the first row is what itself should do. And so that I find interesting. Other than our values in the West, these values do not aim at establishing a model that others do not have, but in our eyes should have. It should also be noticed that just as his predecessors with the 12 core values of socialism, Xi Jinping explicitly does not speak of Chinese values or our values. The obvious question that arises when looking at these lists of values is whether these are just government initiatives or whether they are truly rooted in the Chinese population. This is something that I simply don't know. In some talks, people have expressed doubts about this, and I would like to learn something about this if this is possible. It is clear that some of these values do refer to the grand tradition of Confucianism, but I think it is in this context important to recall Ganyang's idea of the three traditions of the Santung that pervade China today, namely the socialist tradition of Mao Zedong, the market liberalism of the Reform and Opening period, and finally, the grand Chinese traditional culture or Confucian culture. It looks to me very much like the core values here try to address all these three traditions. And with that, I would like to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, and thank you to our three speakers. They gave us time also for a bit of discussion, which is great. We've heard about scholarship during a genocide. We've heard about East and West and notions of proprietary claims to ideas. And now values and the way in which values are being mobilized, weaponized even in our present. Yes, the floor is open. Please raise your hands if you'd like to intervene. Please.
I have a question which we talk about ignorance, identity, which I think in the Western context are both tools, and well, most capitalist countries are, and most Western countries are capitalistic. So we are following a certain narrative with those tools. For example, if we go to the first topic, we have Hebrew as a reinstated language, which also serves as a tool for identity in the Israel-Palestine question of the genocide that is still going on. Ignorance would also be one of those tools in the context of how to break the walls between the West and the East. Would we have to dismantle those concepts of maybe the identity that both the West and East understand differently? So would that be possible? Would the wall, that mass migration, would that be possible?
Thanks. Can we leave this? I mean, can you take note? Because otherwise we have one question, three answers. So maybe we'll add 2 or 3 questions and then give the mic back to you. So who wants to add? Yes.
So I have a question to Professor Leo. So I wonder what is the significance of John Huntington's writing of the rural human rights in the context of the Chinese Exclusion Act, and also like the bigger context of American racism in general. Because John Huntington also was like his brother, John Polly is also like studied at Columbia University and was a Chinese student in the US. So I was also curious that what is his response to the Chinese Exclusion Act and also American racism? Did he write anything or comment on anything when he was a student there? And what is the larger significance of the text he wrote about the human pluralism in the context of American racism as a Chinese? That's my response. Yeah, and also I have a quick question to Harlan. We talked about the depressing realities of Colombia, what is going on right now. I wonder what is your thoughts about the current ongoing depressing situations? I mean, like, do you see? I mean, like, did you see any similarities or differences between what is going on right now in Colombia compared to Colombia 1968? Also, like the police came to the campus and the professors were, you know, like posed to violence at that point too. So what is your thought about this related to Colombia 1968?
All right, thank you. We'll take one more now. Yes.
就是说呢，刚才这位女士展示的这个，就是当时张仲景先生他写的这个关于世界人权宣言，他是把中国传统儒家思想的这种人权观念和西方的现代公民呢相结合的。那么在到了这个中华人民共和国时期呢，他就摒弃掉了各种就是说和中国传统关系的，它变成了一种很特别的一种模式。那么您认为当今它这个中华人民共和国，就是从毛泽东时代一直到现在，它这个就是说这种思想体系的话呢，它主要就是说是有哪些这个来源，或者它的相对于中华民国时期的那种价值观的差异性
？All right, I have no idea who this was addressed to. Whoever it was addressed to, please include a bit of a summary of the question for people like myself. Let's stick to the order of appearance. So Harlan, you go first, and then Lydia.
Thank you. Sally, I'll just speak to a few points here. Thanks for your question. I would say that if we want to start thinking about the relationship between Colombia in 1968 and today, we can start with the question of enclosure. The way that at the present moment, Colombia has been closed down and closed off, including spaces that have been long-standing public spaces in the Upper West Side. In a similar vein, in 1968, one of the key questions was the enclosure of community spaces that were vital in Harlem to the Black community there, and the organization and contestation of that process of enclosure then. If we think about these two moments in a relationship together, this is a very complex issue that I am not prepared to do some kind of sophisticated analysis, but I would just note that one of the concessions of 1968 was the delegation of certain levels of administrative control within the university to faculty. And that one of the things that we see happening now, although this has not been widely reported, and I only am getting certain information through the union about it, is that that legacy of 1968 control is being quietly dismantled by the Board of Trustees.
You could also say that in 1968, actually, it was an explicit agreement to never call holding something amendments again, which was explicitly and openly contravening.
Yeah.
That whole legacy of 68 now.
Yeah.
So the question on Chinese Exclusion Act, whether Zhang Pengchun was responding to that. In fact, during the war, I mean, the Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed in 1943, precisely because the United States was, part of the war, Pacific War, right? And so they had to deal with this. So they drafted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 5 years later, right, after the war. So there was a difference. It doesn't mean that he wasn't aware. The people who really fought against racism during the process of the drafting process, the drafting of the document, included some African American activists, including W.B. Du Bois, who actually wrote letters to the drafting committee about the abuse of human rights in the United States. This is related to the question that you asked 关于人权的来源。人权在民国的时候是被压制的，当时有一些是专门做人权的知识分子被国民党抓起来，这个是大家都知道的，你要让我在2分钟给你一个20世纪的人权史，中国这是不可能的，那你说当代中国的这个人权概念，中国是支持人权的呀，中国在联合国是在支持人权啊，对不对？也在人权委员会上，这个是没有什么问题的。其实美国的参议院并没有最后认可这个人权公约，人权公约，它那个就是第一个人权公约它认可，但第2个人权公约它并没有认可，并不是所有国家都认可，中国是认可的，就是这样。关于这不是一个简单的一个思想史的问题啊，这也是国际关系和国际政治的问题，所以我们说的这个人权这个不是仅仅是一个思想史问题。
All right, thank you. We have time for another round, certainly. Selçuk.
1968 question, because I was in Colombia in 1971, right after the crash. This occupation of the buildings. Protests. And the atmosphere was very interesting because on the one hand, of course, there were stories about how, there was really clashes, especially the tunnels, in the underground tunnels, of Colombia, which, connects all the buildings to each other. So there was sort of like, really pushing back and forth there to end the occupation of the buildings. But a new liberal, I guess, practice has started. I don't remember exactly the term, but it was something like a student representatives council. Every department had to have a student representative council. And the student representative council voted when people were nominated as chair. It was amazing. And they even had some bylaws, which was prepared. And I remember I was a graduate student. So we were all called in, the student representative council has to be elected. So the graduate students have to vote, I mean, it's sort of like, I don't really remember who I voted for. But let me give you one connection here, which shows you what the 20th century is all about. It's not about, just something happens in a country in a very local and national context. I and my husband, we returned back to Turkey. And there was a moment of liberalization of the Turkish universities, in the mid-1970s. And the president of the Middle East Technical University asked my husband back then, why don't you prepare a charter for us, for a student representation council? And so we looked at each other that night and we said, let's get the Colombian charter and just translate it into Turkish. So we adapted Colombia's 71 charter to the Turkish universities, and would you believe it? It stuck, and it is still in operation. Even though politically we've gone up and down and we've had military rules and everything, but somehow students still have to elect their representatives. And the representative sits in, departmental and faculty meetings when certain decisions are taken. I mean, to me, this is as global as you can get,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoyed this panel, and it did bring back certain things that we discussed yesterday. So I want to start with Hans's presentation. And because what was very interesting, sort of for some of you who weren't there yesterday, one of the things we were discussing is about how values, ended up affirming a certain type of identity. But what's very interesting in today's presentation is toward the very end, the values are not just our values, but they're values of socialism, as you said yourself. We don't find Chinese in them, although it might be there. And so this brings up the question of the relationship between universality and particularity, and I wanted to sort of ask that to the panel generally, because there is a sense in which there is, as you were saying as well, in the socialist project itself, what you're saying is that there are elements that you think could be to the Chinese. And I think that there are a couple of things that this suggests to us, and that is that one is, at least at the level of rhetoric, there's a commitment to a type of universality of the socialist project. And the thing I'd like to then ask the panel as a whole then is how do you understand that the relationship between the claim to universality and something like, say, human rights? Because in some sense, the story you were telling is also the attempt to make human rights universal by people like Zhang, as well, saying that, oh, well, if you put it this way, it's not going to be as universal, there's going to be things that are left out, and we want to sort of change that, right? And so there's a sense in which what we're talking about in some ways is the notion of universality and how that might have a certain kind of normativity. And that's where I wanted to pivot to Harlan, because I think what was very great about and interesting about your presentation in many ways was the way in which it was also a call to action. But the call to action, to me, implies certain notions of normativity, right? Because you're going to say, well, we should be doing this, right? And that's where, again, in some sense, the questions of universality, rights, and all might come in there, values, and so on.
All right, there's food for thought. I'll add my question to the panel to this. Sort of as a PS to your question, I'm struck by the way in which the Western and our values is now being weaponized in many Western countries, less as a as a universal idea, but rather as a sort of an entrenchment of particularity, right? So it's seen as something that is it's peculiar to and the propriety of a particular group, different from earlier moments when it was instrumentalized for all kinds of very different purposes. So I wonder whether that's something that you also observe. And to you, Helen, I wanted to add the observation. I taught for a couple of weeks in Italy recently, and the colleagues there, that the main threat that they observed was that universities were going online. And by this, I don't mean that, we had this and did hybrid seminars, but that the online universities as online institutions, period, were proliferating. The biggest one has more than 100,000 students, and there are 12 or 13 of them. They're being funded by and encouraged by the government. And they do two things. One is it means that you just spend less, you just need a few professors, and they give lectures to 1,000 people and so forth. But second, and this relates to your talk, they also mean that there is no way in which students actually come together, right? They sit in all over the place. There's no collectivity, as you called it. Mm-hmm. So it seems to me, and also if you think about the protests in these past months, I mean, yes, there were faculty involved, but a lot of it was by students, right? So by isolating students, you essentially control the university in a way in which you never could in the early days and even today. So I'm wondering whether, instead of thinking about how should we rearrange or rethink scholarship and the concept of achievement, whether it's not these institutional battlegrounds, if you will, that I think will be the important ones to fight. Yeah, maybe this time we'll start the other way around. Hans?
Okay, I might simply summarize a little bit what I think. So, in regard to your question. So, what I try to show is that actually the renewed discussion of values started in the West. It was something that clearly was a reaction to something that was happening in 1989. Tiananmen is a topic, of course, and human rights belong to this. That is quite clear. And there was a long discussion then, and of course the Asian values discussion was very important as well, that played into this, that in my opinion forced the Chinese government to at some point do something. And it happened that at that time, it started already in the 80s, this revival of Confucianism happened. And I, as a scholar of Confucianism, of course, have been to many conferences in this, which have focused on this, and also on the revival of Confucianism in present times. And sometimes you got the impression during the reign of, or the era of Hu Jintao, that it was inevitable that Confucianism would come back to China. And, but then when you look at how the party tried to grapple with these things, you see that in the end they ended up with something that is not so Confucian. That Confucianism is somehow there in one of the three traditions of contemporary China, but it's not something that is really stressed in the value set. And the values are really something that which tries to be universal, and also maybe an offer to look at this. We have something to offer. Do you agree with us? And this is, in my opinion, something. It doesn't really work because people don't really watch it in the West. But I think it's something like that. You're watching it now. Yeah. So that is, I think, important, and but I think also important that this reaction may at some points have been provoked also by the West. You mentioned Helmut Schmidt today in your talk, and we are both Germans. And yesterday I mentioned this story that Helmut Schmidt also talked to Jiang Zemin about values, and that he may also behind this thing. Germany is a country that likes to produce ideologies, and maybe this Confucian ideology is also a product of us. So thank you. I will stop with this.
Yeah, the universal, I didn't have the time to elaborate on, but the universal is a battleground. It is on normativity. I don't think it's helpful simply to approach the universal as some kind of a normative. It's not, because there's a politics of universalism going on. And the human rights debate precisely exemplifies that. So what about these ideas? 民主, it was coined through the translation of international law. There's elements of international law in 1864. So it's not Chinese, even though it's written in Chinese character, right? So it's a typical case. It's in the, if people are familiar with translingual practice, my book, there's appendix. It shows you how much foreign there is in the South, the so-called Chinese language. Okay, 民主 was invented, coined in 1864 in the translation of legal text. Women was adopted from Japanese, right? So you was a reformulation through translation, precisely the French Revolution and 平等. And you're asking about fraternité, the fraternity. There is a translation. It's called 博爱. It's completely degendered. The Chinese translation of brotherhood is 博爱. And there is no brother in it, but it's universal love. Okay, and 法治, and these are not typically your traditional Chinese words, right? If you grab someone from the 19th century, they wouldn't know what these are. Because they are already thoroughly translingual. They come from all over the place, from French, from English, from German, from Japanese. So what do we make of this? So if we think of this translingual ground as the place where the politics of universalism takes place, that explains. So we don't have to say, oh, what is the particular Chinese-ness about? There's none. Or what is the particular Westernness about? It's not about that. So it's just, you just have to rethink the ground of our conceptual work. So that's my answer to the question.
I'll continue with this question of the battleground, because my way of thinking through this is primarily C.L.R. James and the way that he approaches the French Revolution. And the question of the citizen, for example, is not something that is posed in Europe and then enlightens the world, but it is struggled and it is paid for in blood by slave rebellion and hating. That is how the universal category of citizen is struggled over, and in a Fanonian sense, it is being historically stretched open to actually potentially become a kind of possible universal horizon for liberation, rather than a tool of domination, which is precisely what it was when white Frenchmen proclaimed it and then murdered Olympe de Gouges for having the nerve to argue that women should also be included in it. So what I would emphasize in a similar but different sense is that there is a practice, a battle for these universals historically, and that practice, that very materially grounded one, is where I would also always think this. And so in that sense, I guess I would characterize what I tried to do today is not perhaps a call to action, but an insistence on practice, on 实践, as we talked about with Li Tuo yesterday. And I would also extend that to respond to the comment about the university and the question of rethinking institutions, which is of course necessary and a very complex issue that opens up the whole political economic organization of how accumulation happens through the university structure in the US, where property, where people paying fees to live at a campus are so different from the way it's organized in Italy. But what I wanted to emphasize today is intellectual work, not intellectuals as a social category, but the act of intellectual labor and how we need to think about that and the ways it can be practiced in our present. And of course, it relates to the university, but it's not about the university qua institutional form, although we could talk about that later.
Great, yeah. It always shows, I mean, the Q&A is always so productive, I think. I mean, also in the three statements, it came out in some ways even much more explicit and sort of more forthrightly what you were saying. So I'm really grateful to all three of you, to the whole panel for three interventions and a stimulating discussion. Thanks a lot. We'll move to the organizational part and lunch, which is just around the corner, I think, even in just a second, but please join me in thanking the panel this morning.
So thanks from my side, and just to say for the active participants, those people on the conference program, and of course our own gallery, there's going to be lunch
So it demonstrates, you know, one from 1970.
That would be so meaningful.
So that's when
conversation as a.
I've been able to understand.
Towards the 11th, 12th.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not going to be here.
I have to double check. There's a conference.
I know there's a conference in
For
Venice.
world making. It's not in Venice, it's our annual. workshop. Yeah.
Oh, when, do you know when that is?
Much rather about the colonists. So much more.
And we're, you know, we're kind of, you know, the last. Everything from like the statue, asphalt, right wing.
Yeah.
The way the term has been expanded and.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the thing. 12 is when we start. So
Okay.
love to be there if I could be there for the 11th.
That's
Okay, yeah.
great. So I will send you
Yes.
it's, you know, and you don't, I mean, we're just asking people to, you know, sorry, 10 minutes on anything, no papers. And also I'll today.
So excited,
And
yes.
where is yours is on at in Berlin, your conference?
The conference is and what time of day? This is.
Well, I think we have on the first day, it's even then we go in the second round, I think. Yeah, from here to, it's like an hour and a bit, right?
I can see if there's some fudge.
Right,
It's been
right.
really much my thing.
You work on, I was looking at your bio, you kind of look at the early, early kind of post like the Republican period as well, right?
Right with the microphones.
Can you charge them?
I think battery wasn't the problem the first time I checked.
The people we're bringing here are kind of people who look exactly, and part of what we want to look at is, you know, how historical decolonization, conceptual uses of the term do or do not relate to each other. I mean, that's kind of one of the things. And, you know, what does it mean to talk about Ukraine in relation to decolonization? If we talk about settler colonialism, what would decolonization mean for Palestine? I mean, there's, you know, it's that whole range of stuff. Okay, that'll be great. Should we? Your email on page.
Yeah, so I use my
Ihr könnt jetzt nur drüben serviert.
Ja.
我昨天没有来得及处理这表格。我事后这个发给，就是从家里发出去是吧？可以吧？
也可以。对，因为刚才脱堂，所以我不知道，可以问一下夏老师。
那这样你给我一个
global dynamics of ignorance and politics of the self. I'm chair for this panel. In accordance with the theme of the conference, identity, ignorance, and the politics of self, I will follow the guidance of this theme. So I identify myself first.
You need a mic, I think.
Mic?
Maybe I also.
Okay.
Well, my voice is, I think, loud enough here. So I just would like to take the opportunity to introduce our chair for our panel this afternoon. For the first panel is Professor Pu Muzhou. He's from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And he's a very renowned, actually, Egyptologist. The most recent, or in recent years, or last 2 decades, also has moved towards comparative history, mainly of the ancient period, mainly with an eye on the history of religions, but religious history also as social history, as institutional history. And he's currently here teaching the course on comparative history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I have been identified, and then I have to plead ignorance to all the 3 papers today. So I will follow the politics of the self, that is to remain silent. But I will be the timekeeper. So everyone has 50 minutes. I will show you the 3 minutes and 1 minute time so that you will know when to start. Everyone has 50 minutes of okay. So we have 3 speakers today. First one is Sergio Esambel, professor of Japanese studies at Bogazici University. Renowned scholar in Japanese studies, the founder of many institutions in Turkey. So I will not read her many publications. Enough to say that she has been a most important person in Asian studies in Turkey. So we are very happy that she will be here and give us a talk. Second speaker is Professor Christian Soares from Cambridge. He's in global China studies, and he's author of several books, including Shaken Authority, China's Communist Party, and the 2008 Sichuan earthquake. Another one is Afterlives of Chinese Communism, Political Concept from Mao to Xi. Okay, so his work explores political concepts and practice in China and Mongolia, spanning the study of ideology, discourse, urban planning, air pollution, and aesthetics. So very broad interest. He's going to talk about historical nihilism as global phenomenon. I don't know what historical nihilism is, but you will learn from this. The third speaker will be Sri Rupa Roy from University of Göttingen. She's the professor and chair of the State and Democracy at the Center of Modern Indian Studies. And so founding co-director of the International Center for Advanced Studies, Metamorphosis of the Political. She also published a number of books, including The Political Outsider, Indian Democracy and the Lineages of Populism, and also Saffron Republic, Hindu nationalism and state power in India, etc., etc. So without further ado, I think we need to start because we are already 10 minutes into the panel. So each one has 50 minutes. Okay. First, please welcome Professor Esambel.
Okay, thank you so much. First, really I think this is a very exciting, conference because it extends from, art, literature to politics, history, and, a very enriching experience. So I'd like to thank the organizers, truly, Dominic and the University of Göttingen and everybody who contributed, for this occasion so that we all got together here, and it's a precious moment, I can assure you. Second, I have an apology because I don't have an academic paper. When I looked at the topic, I said, well, the only thing that I can talk about is how I feel. And what am I thinking about this time of uncertainty and ignorance and, sort of like an unclear future in the making of a new global future. We don't even know if it's going to have an order. But there's something that's in the making, definitely, and one can feel that. So my apology is this will be a sort of, rambling of ideas and, questions in my mind and my worries that I want to share with you. So my first question is, I've got some questions. I don't really have answers. I have questions in my mind. My first question is, and you have to realize that I'm speaking as a person who lives in Istanbul, next to the Bosphorus, and the Russian ships are going up and the Ukrainian ships are going down. And every time this happens, we get worried. What are they going to do, these ships? So in other words, it's impossible to be very theoretical and very abstract in a geographic location like this, which is very strategic because it controls the entry into the Black Sea. And there's a war going on there. More than 1.5 million people have died. I've just checked the numbers yesterday. 1.5 million people have died in the middle of Europe in a fight which emerges from the European continent again. This is the third one. The first one we know very well in Turkey, First World War. Second World War, well, very well, this is Germany. And this Third World War, kind of in the making, erupted again in Europe. So I don't have the answer for this, but I think we have to think about, why Europe? And this really concerns me because I was preparing a paper about Japan and the United States, Japan's reaction to the Ukrainian crisis, and could Japan act as a pivot, to sort of keep Turkey within the Western alliance? I mean, this is sort of, my agenda. And so I was reading up on, the US-Japan alliance. And in 1999, there's a report that came out from the State Department out of a, meeting of, experts and diplomats and strategists. And they're saying in this report, it's so ironic. We do not expect a war ever to erupt again in Europe for at least, half a century into the future. And they predict wrongly, in my opinion, a war is imminent. It will break out in East Asia. Well, look, we're in 2025. All right, there might be some, confrontation, argument, and maybe tense, pull and push and something. But as far as I know, there's no war in East Asia. And this prediction that there will never be a war for half a century in Europe, unfortunately, has been proven untrue. So don't believe in strategic reports, my first lesson, because they don't predict anything, obviously. It's more about, well-wishing and maybe some kind of, sort of like the utopia they believe in or something like that. So this troubles me. It really worries you, So second issue, and this is something more local. When I talk about Turkey and the conditions in Turkey, I'm talking about a country which historically has adapted its political and, constitutional concepts from Europe. So this is something that, like Turkey doesn't fit at all into this East-West dichotomy in any way, because if there is an East in Turkey, well, it must be because it's geographically east of Europe It's been part of European, history ever since the Middle Ages, basically. And in the sense of a constitution and political system, for more than 200 years, it's been adapting the French model with some modification from the Belgian model, and a little bit of law kind of inserted in addition to all this from Germany. There's very, very little American influence over the law in Turkey, but certainly in terms of maybe thinking about foreign policy, international relations strategy, Turkey's a member of NATO. It still is. So, in other words, this sets the stage. I can't go beyond this too much if I'm going to talk about Turkey. I mean, I can't abstract it away because geographically we're condemned into a strategically significant location. We're condemned into it. Even if we want to escape it, we can't, that's just the way it is. So what is the future for democracy as I would define it? Because I define it according to the parliamentary system. And the rule of law, as I define it according to this 250 years of, Europeanization of Turkish law. The constitution is still secular, by the way. In the midst of this sudden dismantling of the global order, that, in my opinion, had provided at least a degree of stability and prosperity after the end of the Cold War. A degree. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but there was a kind of global, secure stability with some issues and some, conflict zones and so forth, which emerges sort of in the beginning of the new millennia, but still, I mean, compared to today, the world didn't seem that dangerous. Today, it really is, you lose your sleep over it, So who lost the global order? Or who lost the liberal order? Or is it still resilient? Will the rule of law, as I define it, as the basis for parliamentary democracy ever prevail in the future again? I don't know. And this worries me. It worries me because I live in an environment where we need that parliamentary democracy. The alternative is unthinkable, and that kind of uncertainty is sure to create very deep set unsolvable crisis in many ways, So why has the liberal narrative, if you want to call it the liberal narrative, you can call it an urban progressive narrative if you want. That's the Turkish version of the idea of the liberal, in the post-Cold War era of globalization. Why did it fail? Despite all of its education, the PhDs, the sophisticated conceptualization of globalization and this and that, why did it fail to grasp the social and psychological conditions that have led to the rise of populist nationalist voters in their own backyard? Now, to be fair and square, in the Turkish case, a religiously oriented movement won the elections in 2002 fair and square. I mean, it was through the available, due process of electoral, elections that they came to power. So, and then it's been now more than 20 years. In time, we see that, re-election did not turn this religiously oriented political party into a more liberal one, into a more compromising one. Ironically, it turned into much more of a dogmatic one and much more authoritarian. And I find this also very difficult to answer. Why is it that, you're using a proper process, at least a multi-party, system with its regulations, controls, and the elections were pretty fair. There might be a little bit of here and there, some things, but in general, they were free elections. I mean, definitely, I think even global opinion, agrees with this. And then the very same party turns increasingly authoritarian. So to me, I don't have an answer to this. But I know that, they must have had utopias in their mind, which they didn't confess to the general public. This was some years ago, 2014. I'm going to share a personal, encounter. I got a telephone call from the presidential office of Turkey. This happens in Turkey. Sometimes somebody from the presidential office just calls you up, and you're in the middle of the street, and then they say,
okay, with that sort of, very dark, voice, the presidential office is calling you because they would like to ask a question, and you better answer it, even if you're in the middle of the supermarket shopping, you just stand there and say, okay, all right. You don't speak to the president, but you speak to somebody who is talking to you on behalf of the president. And then I said, okay, why do you want to talk to me? And they said, well, it's something about Asian politics. I said, all right, so what do you want to know? How come the Japanese were so successful, Jiminto, Liberal Democrat Party, to stay in power for more than half a century? So much so that people make fun of the Japanese multi-party system, saying that it's a 1.5 party system. One party is always in power, and the opposition is always kind of, sort of close by in the parliament to have discussions with or something. So they're asking me this in the middle of nowhere, and I got caught, and I'm saying, well, I said, maybe you have to read about the Second World War, the defeat of the Japanese Empire and its reconstruction under the American, occupation. I'm giving a 101 introduction to Japanese, post-war, politics. And I said, there's an economic reason, because prosperity, well, it sort of, helps get votes. And Japan's economy became truly prosperous in the 1960s. And it continued for a long time. So I said, economic prosperity helps in this case. If per capita income in Turkey would double, like in Japan, well, maybe, you may stay in power forever for another half a century or something like that. And then they said, well, this nameless conversation is still continuing. And then they said, well, okay, do you think, this was point blank, that the Justice and Development Party can be a Jiminto for Turkey? That's, to the jugular. And I said, no. I took the risk. I said, no. I said, why not? Angry voice. And I said, well, it's because I said, I know that in terms of your, what I read about your political vision and about your societal vision, there are elements which can be seen as similar to the, centrist right-wing, discourse of the Jiminto. But I said, your party is too religious. In the end of the day, Jiminto might get votes from some Buddhists. We know they do. But it's not a religiously oriented party. It's a secular party. It's right-wing. And it's an umbrella of, many groups of the right wing. There are more extremist nationalist ones, more moderate ones, some who have a dialogue even with liberals and so on. So it's a big platform, And I said that, they're essentially a secular party with a right-wing vision of, many different, gradations. And they don't have the restriction of a religious, dogma, because religion doesn't allow you to be too flexible. I mean, if you are, especially an adherent to faith, which is monotheistic, it doesn't allow you to play around too much. And I said, this is inappropriate. And besides, the Japanese are pantheistic, Shinto, Buddhism, this and that, and so on and so forth. So religion for them, I said, they call it culture. It's a separate category. That was the end of the conversation. And I realized, since I have only a few minutes, I'm going to sort of finish up with this topic. I realized that, okay, they're interested, they're debating about how we can stay in power for 50 years. And Japan is their model, right? And they figure maybe they will get some kind of, hint or some information from me or something like that, whatever. So that was it. And then a couple of years later, this was around, I think, 2017. We had, unfortunately, a referendum for a presidential constitution. It must have been in the press. I'm sure that people in Germany definitely read it, whereby, for the first time in the history of the political system in Turkey, the office of prime minister was abolished. And all executive powers concentrated in the hands of the president. Something that the world has never seen. It doesn't look like the American presidency. It doesn't look like anything. And then they just came up with saying, you know, unfortunately, they passed the Constitution in a referendum barely with 51%, which shows that referendums are terrible for constitutional, you know, adoption, I think, because so much emotion gets into it. And then I had a student in the Asian Studies program who knew excellent Korean. Gökçen Şahin is her name. She's a lawyer, very active in Istanbul. And she wrote an MA for us about presidential constitutions. And she compared sentence by sentence the article defining the powers of the president in General Park's constitution before the democratization of South Korea. It was verbatim identical. In other words, you know what these people did? They downloaded, you know, in the internet, you can find anything these days. They downloaded the old, rather presidential authoritarian constitution of South Korea, spruced it up a little bit, and represented it as an authentic Turkish constitution, best for the nation. And the referendum, unfortunately, passed it, you know. It was hardly authentic, hardly Turkish. It was more Korean. And you know that General Park was actually somebody who had experienced Manchukuo and therefore idealized Manchukuo. He was a soldier in the Manchukuo army. When he negotiated with the Japanese, I know this, I'm old enough, you know, hint, hint. I'm confessing my age to you. I was in Japan when, you know, South Korea and Japan signed a treaty of peace. And General Park's people and himself, they negotiated in Japanese. They didn't have to use English, you know, I mean, it's almost their native language. So what we're getting now, I mean, we're trying to abolish this, okay? I mean, this is the agenda. We're trying to abolish this, despite all the difficulties. The prime ministry has to come back again. The parliament has to be empowered again. So that's the agenda in Turkey right now, you know, for the future. But what it shows to you is how texts travel from South Korea, presidential, you know, constitution. It suddenly becomes Turkish overnight, you know, and is presented as authentic, you know. It is not European, hint, hint, you know, is the implication. You know, it's not French, it's not German, it's Turkish, except that it's South Korean, you know. So we've been suffering under it till now, and I'm going to end my comments here just to show you how globally complex the world we're living in is. So we have to find ways of at least, you know, kind of anchoring ourselves onto some consistent, you know, correct, I would say, future, you know, agendas, definitely. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Very interesting observation. And now, second talk by Christian Soros. Title is Historical Nihilism as a Global Phenomenon.
You don't use the microphone.
No.
Okay. Happy to use it. Yeah. That's a really nice connection to what you ended up saying, because I want to begin as a political theorist who works in Asia. I'm interested in how concepts travel. So maybe I'm chasing flies, but that's really up to you to decide whether or not that's what I'm doing. So where to begin, where to start looking at how concepts travel. And one of the concepts I want to look at is historical nihilism, or 历史虚无主义. And rather than treat it as a Chinese concept or a particular vocabulary of the Communist Party, I want to look at it as a global phenomenon, a crisis in the historical foundations of political legitimation. And the Chinese Communist Party is not alone. It has good company in seeking to exert control over the historical narrative. Across democracies and other regimes alike, we see a broader impulse to reinforce these foundations as a means of shoring up political authority. Although the term historical nihilism can sound like Baroque party speak, it names and conceptualizes a widespread fear at the heart of the globe. What happens if we apply this concept to Republicans in Florida who worry about the effects of critical race theory on the foundations of the United States? If we read together situations of China with other countries like the US, like Italy, and so forth, we can point to a broader crisis of world history. Revolutions of the past are no longer sacred foundations of the present, which will require its own reimagining and refounding. The genealogy of nihilism is too complex to discuss in the scope of this talk, but I would like to point out how in China it is often paired with modifiers, such as historical, national, formal, ideological, legal, value, political, and cultural nihilisms. As such, the meaning of nihilism is always given through the constellation of concepts and historical context into which it's inserted, so it always comes in pairs. During the Mao period, in a speech on history given in 1974 by Jiang Qing, she raised the issue of nihilism as one extreme pole of historiography. And I'm going to read the quote in English, and then I have the full quote in Chinese, so I'll read that part. It's okay. So the quote in English to our audience says, "Don't take a nihilistic attitude towards your own history, but don't be too positive either. If you are too positive, it will become great power chauvinism, as the chairman criticized. We should critically inherit the good things from our ancestors. It is wrong to deny them all, and it is even more wrong to affirm them all. 就是说，不要对自己的历史采取虚无主义的态度，但也不要肯定的过分的就想出去批判我们的成了大国大汉族的主义。对自己的祖先有哪些好东西要批判的继承，全部否定不是对的，当然全部肯定更是错误的。And so she's saying, let's see, 有一些说的是不错的，有一些说的有遗漏的，有待于我们自己的学。Okay, so I don't. So as Tanya Barlow suggests, if we take Jiang Qing seriously, we can hear in her speech a different articulation of politics and history. The Chinese nation is to be seen through the lens of revolution, whereas today, the history of the Chinese Revolution is to be seen through the lens of the nation. This is a theoretical and political choice. In the 1980s and early 1990s, the Communist Party of China started to worry about the twin ills of historical nihilism and now a long-forgotten term, national nihilism, 民族虚无主义, which developed alongside reform. The term national nihilism also has an obscure and longer genealogy, which originated outside of China in the Soviet Union as a condemnation of Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of Lenin's stance on national self-determination, or Lenin的那个民族自觉. Luxemburg contended that insular nation statehood would foreclose more, this is a quote from a piece by a legal scholar named Garbos. Luxemburg contended that insular nationhood would foreclose more urgent and ambitious projects for working class solidarity on the vast spatial and social stages furnished by empires, end quote. Luxemburg's worry that the nation-state form would constrain the reach of revolution, likelihood of proletarian solidarity, and the different compositions of political collectivities earned her the pejorative name of title of national nihilist. In recent editions and translations into Chinese of Luxemburg's writings, her thoughts on the national question are glossed as mistake or soul. In the context of the 1980s in China, national nihilism came to mean something different. And please correct me if I'm misinterpreting. I would obviously love critical feedback here. But national nihilism was referred to as an internalized Orientalism or 内化的东方主义, a self-hatred of being Chinese and praise for everything Western, an unflattering reflection in the mirror of modernity. Whereas historical nihilism was a negation of Chinese history and tradition, national nihilism was a negation of the identity of the Chinese nation and pride in being Chinese. Now, however, it was not Jiang Qing and the Red Guards of the Cultural Revolution who were pillaging history, but bourgeois liberal elites or Jingyin Renwu, such as Fang Lizhi, who were the emitters of a spiritual pollution or Jingsen Wuran. According to articles, so I just started reading articles in the Liberation Daily from the 1990s around that period. And they talk about such discourse as defaming the ancestors, or like macho de zuzhong, denying national cultures, holding minzu wenhua, and they call this kind of discourse a form of treason. One of the articles says that to oppose tradition is to oppose reality, 反传统是为了反现实, which should be a shocking claim to readers of the May 4th movement and to communists of the previous generation. Between the lines was that the political turmoil of '89 had been stirred from the cauldron of nihilism. This is the bridge with post-'89 patriotic education in order to impart to new generations China's civilizational values and national history. And this is also a lesson of conservative philosophy everywhere. Tradition is the antidote to revolutionary upheaval. Today, the concept of historical nihilism has been deployed with vengeance and vigor. However, given China's different place in the global stage and sense of national pride, the term national nihilism had fallen into oblivion. Yet there is enough historical curiosity, clawing, and critique to make people nervous. Now, I feel like this part of the talk I'm going to skip over to save time, because we know the different reasons that historical nihilism is talked about in China today: a critique of so-called Western universal values, critique of new Qing history, return of civilizational discourse, worries about the fall of the Soviet Union, and the fear of an overall ideological rot. You know, which actually this term, like 意识形态的腐烂, reminds me somewhat of shooting space strawberries. You know, the 在太空的永远不会腐烂的草莓. So we have the rotten and what won't rot. Okay, ideology is something that rots. The Chinese state then becomes invested in its own sense of exceptionality, its own historical exceptionality. Now here, at the same time, for opposite reasons, Western media is invested in China's exceptionality, but this is a negative exceptionalism. So in Western media, the concept of historical nihilism is often mocked. It's called a war on history. It's called a backwards fall into an era of thought control and totalitarian rule. And this is precisely the framing I want to reject emphatically and complicate. For if one listens in it, one can hear in historical nihilism a note of uncanny familiarity. And if we're talking about identity, we should talk about the uncanny. And we can hear a new constellation of concepts in US discourse: American history, American freedom, wokeness, DEI, cultural Marxism, which is a garbage concept, and attempts to diagnose an ideological rot at the foundations of the United States. This also parallels the shift in China now away from historical nihilism to the problem of cultural nihilism. So in September, I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I'll quote Donald Trump. On September 17th, 2020, Trump gave remarks at the White House on American history, stating, quote, "Our mission is to defend the legacy of America's founding, the virtue of America's heroes, and the nobility of American character. We must clear away the twisted web of lies in our schools and classrooms and teach our children the magnificent truth about our country. We want our sons and daughters to know that they are citizens of the most exceptional nation in the world," end quote. Applause. But as usual, Trump, this ambulance chaser of applause, was tapping into a feeling of popular unease, historical disorientation, and mass protest. And also, it's not just Trump. During the Biden interregnum between two Trump presidencies, at least 17 states introduced bills containing gag orders, or to take steps that would restrict how teachers can discuss American history and current events, including pulling books off library shelves in an effort to suppress quote unquote divisive concepts. Every school district in the state of Texas conducted a review of books available in libraries and public schools. This is a vast mobilizational campaign of teachers, librarians, and administrators. The new Trump administration, it is possible public schools could lose federal funding for offering courses on Black history. The new Secretary of Department for Education, Linda McMahon, did not rule out such a possibility during her confirmation hearing. In February 2025, the same department launched a hotline to report concerning practices at public schools, such as the teaching of critical theory, rogue sex education, and divisive ideologies. This is from the Department of Education website. It is worth pointing out that in 2021, in China, there also was established a historical nihilism hotline, enabling internet users to report violations of historical orthodoxy. So historical orthodoxy, gender orthodoxy, these are twins. The Trump administration's war on Harvard and Columbia, as my friend Harlan just so eloquently talked about, and higher education in general, is precisely an accusation that elite academic institutions are breeding grounds of historical nihilism. In the aftermath of the Black Lives Matter protests, which shook to the foundations of US history and political legitimation, Donald Trump called for patriotic education. He used that exact language. In response to the Black Lives Matter protesters tearing down monuments of Confederates and slave-owning public figures, on July 26, 2020, Trump passed an executive order and blamed anarchists, left-wing extremists, a small handful, for advancing a fringe ideology that paints the United States as fundamentally unjust, as brazenly and shamelessly attacking, quote, our institutions, the legitimacy of our institutions. Against such historical nihilists, Trump stated, it is necessary, quote, to defend the fundamental truth that America is good, her people are virtuous, and that justice prevails in this country to a far greater extent than anywhere in the world, end quote, and so on. Now, I want to dispel one reading of what I'm saying. I am not arguing that because Trump is an authoritarian, which he is, that this is just a Trumpist thing. This is an American thing as well, in what I'm describing about what's happening in the US, and it's a global thing if we put it in that context. I'm also definitely not arguing, I'm sure many of you have seen these terrible op-eds that Trump is pursuing a cultural revolution in the United States. That is a garbage analogy, and I am not arguing that. There are historical analogies which are false and should be just tossed into the bin. Okay, but what I am saying though is right now, why is it? Okay, well, first, before I get to that point, I just want to say to kind of follow up on what Harlan was saying, that we can look at Biden and we can go back and we can look farther and say, there's a libidinal investment in American exceptionalism. The obscene complicity of Biden's administration with Israel's genocide of the Palestinians and destruction of Gaza, and the criminalization of dissent on US campuses starts with the Democrats and is carried on and now, further deepened by Trump. And the consensus view of China as an existential enemy is also a bipartisan problem. So this myth of American exceptionalism, innocence, and self-righteousness also needs to be stripped bare and taken apart. All Americans have it. It comes with the office. You get elected American president, you have to be an American exceptionalist. So the problem is not with Trump's aspirational fascism or psychological profile, but with the fascism woven into the fabric of US society. Okay, so here, now of course, and I'm wrapping up, the revolutions, the trajectories, the world visions and the stakes were very, very different. were extraordinarily different, but why at the current moment in which we're living in, there is this crisis of historical foundation that grounds the kinds of, that crisis leads to this idea of nihilism. And I'm going to give in the last paragraph or two, my interpretation is that the problem is the form of the nation state. The form of the nation state is crumbling into the sea which is rising around us. In the United States, people see through the fiction of the bodies, the fiction of freedom to the bodies of enslaved Black people and dispossessed indigenous peoples. In China, history contains different legacies, different origins, different violence and contingencies, hidden archives, and now is engaged on a nation-building project in a different way than the socialist one. And that difference matters. The socialist conception versus other conceptions, okay? So if we think of historical nihilism as only a Chinese phenomenon, or if we limit our discussion to China alone, our understanding of world history becomes very truncated in the process. There's a broader issue happening in terms of how we think about our political forms and institutions. So to borrow from thinkers like Stefano Harney and Fred Moten, and I'll say the English first, and then I put my own Chinese translation. I don't know if it's good or not, but the nation-state form is radioactive and needs to be carefully insulated in myth, or 民族国家的形式具有方式性，它需要被神话抱起来保护的。And right now, what we're seeing are those kinds of myths no longer insulating the violent, radioactive core of the nation-state form. So we might then ask the question along with Nietzsche again. Nihilism stands at the door, but whence comes to us this uncanniest of all guests? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we come to our third talk by Professor Roy.
Oh, sorry, did I?
Yeah, no, I just have a PowerPoint, so.
Oh, yeah, there should be.
Thank you. I'll begin, of course, by thanking Dominic for inviting me. I'm really grateful and happy to be here. And what I'm going to talk about today is, as you can see from the title, contemporary Indian civilization. So I'm taking the discussion to a slightly different location in Asia, contemporary Indian civilizations and their global contexts. And what I'm going to do is actually talk about how civilizational discourse in contemporary India relates to the title of this panel, which is the global dynamics of ignorance. India's civilizational turn and global ignorance are in fact tightly linked. That's what I'm going to argue today. And the Indian regime's the contemporary Indian regime's project of redefining India as a civilizational state, in fact, harnesses and thrives on global unknowing or ignorance. And I hope to explain what I mean by this. Okay, so. No, this is not. Oh, wait, let me see. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So, this is the Indian Prime Minister on his, after he was elected in 2014, his first visit to China. And that photo was actually tweeted by the Prime Minister's office. There's a I just use this as an illustration, not just because it's a funny photograph, but because, you know, this is a kind of representative example of a quote of India's new civilizational discourse. In this case, this is by the Vice Chancellor of arguably the premier university in India, Jawaharlal Nehru University. And it's quite interesting, and we might want to talk about this later, the ways in which India's contemporary civilizational discourse, the shadow of it's the shadow of China rather than the shadow of the West that really kind of influences and modulates the idea of contemporary Indian civilization. And I think this photo for me exemplifies that theme. So, civilizational themes, of course, are not new in India, but they've become very influential over the past 5 years or so. The power and glory of Indic civilization, and I'm going to return to this idea of the Indic later, is a key emphasis of the contemporary state. India presents itself as the Vishwa Guru, the world teacher, whose civilization offers universal lessons. And, you know, we can come back again to this new universalism of, in this case, the Hindu nationalist regime in India. So, for instance, during India's recent presidency of the G20 in 2023-24, the official slogan was of India as the mother of democracy. And ancient Vedic texts were presented as blueprints for participatory institutional design. Claims about how just about everything from global peace to plastic surgery was invented by Indic civilization. These claims are, you know, routinely advanced both by the state and by non-state actors. Of course, this civilizational turn takes place in a specific political context. The BJP political party, as I'm sure most of you know, and its leader, Narendra Modi, have been in power in India for more than a decade, since 2014. The Modi regime endorses the majoritarian political ideology of Hindutva or Hinduness that basically aims to redefine India as a Hindu-first country where religious minorities, Muslims in particular, are second-class citizens. So in recent work with the anthropologist Thomas Hansen, we've argued that this past decade, since 2014, of governmental Hindutva, what we call the Saffron Republic, saffron is the color of Hindu nationalism, is quite different from the earlier period of Hindu nationalist mass mobilization in the 1980s and 1990s. What we have today in India with the BJP in power is not an insurgent politics of mass mobilization, but governance and establishment politics. It's a politics of rule in the name of Hindutva, hence the term Saffron Republic and governmental Hindutva. In India today, Hindu nationalists don't just march on the street and engage in public violence. I mean, they do that. But in addition to that, Hindutva programs are also staged in polite company. Hindutva figures present their ideas in many internationally acceptable, normal places, from the World Economic Forum and the United Nations to panels at major international literary festivals and academic seminars at leading universities around the world. This is political mainstreaming, and it's a core practice of governmental Hindutva, the diffusion and normalization of Hindutva beyond its immediate saffron ideological constituencies to wider contexts of national and international politics, which often may have nothing to do with this kind of majoritarian ideology at all and may even be opposed to it. So to understand mainstreaming, we need to pay attention to how certain hinge concepts are deployed, the common ideas and discourses endorsed by the Hindutva government that have currency and social sanction outside the Hindutva echo chamber. These include ideas like development, anti-corruption, the common people, anti-colonialism, and of course, civilization. So let's now take a closer look at this, how civilizational ideas mainstream Hindutva through practices that that we might call transnational assembly. And I'll explain what this means. Basically, it's about how diverse international constituencies assemble with and around Hindutva ideas and actors, bringing them international recognition and legitimacy. And I'll explain what I mean. And really, there are two aspects of civilizational discourse that make this possible. The first is the conceptual ambiguity of civilization in the way that it's used in India right now. The fact that this term means very different things to different constituencies. So the term civilization can reference historical continuity, territorial expanse, racial or religious identity. The idea of Indic civilization that I flagged earlier exemplifies this vagueness. The Indic is a open-ended category, and it's quite different from Indian. And again, I'll be happy to explain this difference later. So this ambiguity also means that civilization essentially is a code. It's a dog whistle to those in the know. So although it's never explicitly specified in terms of religion, the idea of an Indic civilization or an Indian way is understood by Hindutva followers to have an upper caste and Hindu meaning. The ancient civilizational past that is memorialized and invoked is seldom that of the Indian Islamicate, nor of the various other world religions that have deep historical roots in India. And even when civilizational narratives discuss the histories of Buddhism, Jainism, or Sikhism, these are mostly configured as offshoots of Hinduism. So in other words, the capacious and vague, underspecified idea of civilization allows for the core ideology of Hindutva to be communicated and understood as such to its followers, but without any of the majoritarian and exclusionary rhetoric that Hindutva usually trades in. So this is kind of the first way in which this term acts as a hinge concept, the very fact of its ambivalence. The second is that India's new civilizational discourse is almost invariably a positive normative formation. It's a warm and fuzzy discourse, we might say. So instead of Huntingtonian ideas of civilizational clash and conflict, the idea of civilization as it's invoked in contemporary India today is invariably associated with positive and pacifist values. It's linked to keywords like dialogue, cooperation, coexistence, alliance, harmony, etc. And these all allow for international buy-in. So, but of course, this good civilizationism also reproduces monolithic, partial, and exclusionary understandings. It also slips between Hindu and Indian civilization, just like its bellicose clash and conflict counterpart, but in a subtle and read between the lines manner. So in sum, then, normatively positive and ambivalent conceptions of civilization work as these bridges or hinges that connect saffron and wider public worlds. Apart from discourse, I want to also flag here that there are a set of concrete institutional and material infrastructures that also make these connections between Hindutva and non-Hindutva constituencies possible, and join Hindutva agents to various other transnational actors in a common endorsement of civilizational ideas. And you see some of these listed on the slide. Global governance regimes like that advance civilizational ideas like the UN Alliance of Civilizations, UNESCO's World Heritage Project. You have new so-called minilateral and multilateral geopolitical arrangements also reflect and reinforce civilizational themes. And I just have the Shanghai Spirit, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization up there as an example. And then finally, just to remind us that this is not just an official project, there are a wide variety of non-state and parastatal transnational initiatives that also reinforce ideas that civilizations are in fact the primary units of world politics. In the kind of longer paper on which this is based, I talk about the institute called the Dialogue of Civilizations Research Institute that was founded by a Russian oligarch. And it hosted an annual Rhodes Forum in the Greek island of Rhodos, where a diverse set of global, leaders met to engage in intercivilizational dialogue. This institute was shut down in 2022 after the sanctions against Russia. But a similar initiative has taken off in the form of the Religion Forum or the R20 Summit. Which was organized as a parallel session to the G20. And it involves a kind of meeting of international religious leaders, conceived as an event of interfaith dialogue and learning. It again celebrated an alternative world architecture that was anchored in the deep historical and spiritual resources of great world religions and civilizations. So again, I mean, these are all kind of ways in which the wider global governance architectures and international NGOs are also investing in the kind of naturalization and normalization of this idea of civilizations. And what's interesting to me is, and really the Rhodes Forum and the R20 Summit exemplifies this, that these forums, these summits gather a truly wide range of actors and interests under the umbrella of civilizational world making. So for instance, the parent organization of the Dialogue of Civilizations Institute is an organization called the World Public Forum. And when you look at the kind of, if you look at the organizations that in turn are affiliated with the World Public Forum, you have them span the ideological spectrum, both within and outside India. And what's interesting to me is that these connections are contingent. Civilizational summits and forums routinely feature this eclectic range of participants. Some are right-wing and ideologically aligned, some are saffron, but many others are not. And it's their presence that brings international recognition, legitimacy, and acceptance to the Hindutva project. And it's really the open-ended and normatively positive connotations of civilization that I talked about earlier that enable these contingent engagements. So in some ways, we can think of India's new civilization project like a platform or a web that connects different nodes and enables and fosters these interactions between them through these encounters in material spaces like summits and forums. And, part of my research is literally a social network analysis of the connections that take place around these various summits and forums. And what we end up finding is that the distance between right and left, between religious majoritarian exception and secular norm is often only one or two connections away. This infrastructural web of transnational material connections is the main mechanism of Hindutva's normalization or mainstreaming, and it's activated as Hindutva ideologues turn to civilizational themes. And let me just end with the note here that when we talk about this web of civilizations, I'm not trying to imply some kind of intentional or giant conspiracy. This is a conjunctural assembly of disparate interests. And as the theme of this panel notes, it thrives on global ignorance. The exclusionary aspects of Indic civilizational ideas, the slippage between Indic and Hindu that I just spoke about, these are all largely unfamiliar and unknown to audiences beyond India, who then end up endorsing and hence mainstreaming Hindutva in quite unintended ways. So, as I noted when I began my remarks today, the Indian regime's project of redefining India as a civilizational state, we might say, harnesses and thrives on global unknowing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have plenty of time to discuss. Please raise your hand. Yes, Dominic?
We need to okay.
I go.
So I can just speak like that. Yeah. It's okay. Thanks a lot for this wonderful panel. I think we got glimpses into the globality of this trend that we all talking about, the rise of right-wing populisms and of course civilizationism. in the project. I think we can see every now of the deep levels of these discourses are always connected with each other, and discourses also. I think we can example. Especially a lot of social media. Many people supporting them, despite all this, especially the rural, especially the countryside. All the cases that we looked at, and most of the cases, there's a kind of in other words, know that you don't follow the very harsh and the Turkish countryside, the Kenyan countryside, and the problem again with the Korean countryside, this is small, very important. It's phenomenal. You don't sufficiently understand, you don't sufficiently
Can I answer? My answer, actually, I wanted to, make that point, but I didn't have time. But, 90s globalization as an economy helped some economies create a new middle class. And in other economies, it disenfranchised the middle class. In other words, it had the opposite effect. And my impression is that countries which are newly emerging, like Turkey, India, they benefited from globalization. So their populist right-wing movement rode on the wave of a rising new middle class that benefits from globalization. Whereas I think what's happening in the United States, the same kind of authoritarian populist, nationalist right-wing turn is riding on a population of voters who think they have been disenfranchised, that they lost out because of globalization, because industry moved to China or it moved to India, and the sort of small and middle level, businesses and factories shut down, people were laid off and so on. So there's a frustration that we lost out, which is at the core of what's happening, I think, in the United States, possibly in Germany, in former East Germany, whereas in India and Turkey, it was actually a new middle class in the making, which benefited from globalization. In other words, a new, wealthier middle class with ambitions who were now banging on the doors of the establishment saying, you were wrong and we are right, and it's time for us to enjoy. So, there's a difference there, a kind of asymmetry. And the optimist note, in my opinion, is because this kind of populist, the nationalist, right-wing, authoritarian turn came in with globalization earlier in India and Turkey, it has reached its peak. And it's on the way down in different percentages. In other words, it will no longer go further up. It's on its way down, and other forces are making a comeback. Whereas in the West, if you want to use the term, in the United States, and possibly in Europe, it's going to hit later. In other words, it started later, so it's going to go up. So you've got this, democracy is going to return, I think, in our countries earlier. This is honestly, I really think so. It's going to return because maybe our economies were relatively new, a little bit more fragile, maybe, so that, it kind of sort of was impacted by globalization, by doing a service, by linking into it because of cheap labor, whatever was happening, it's a different kind of political economy at the bases of the ultra-right authoritarian turn in India and Turkey, as opposed to what's happening right now in Western Europe and in the United States, is my impression. So it's kind of uneven.
Unless one of you also.
If I can just say one, I'm not going to address the class, race and spatial issue of Dominic's question. It's a great question. But what I just want to say in regard to that last part, in terms of the US, I don't want democracy to return in the way that it has been done, because that way is broken. And, if I can gesture at an article that Wang Hui wrote a long time ago about the crisis of representativeness, I think that that crisis is pervasive in the US context, and what we're seeing is symptoms of that. So how do we treat the crisis? And is it restoring a mode of representative democracy in the midst of capitalist inequality? Or how do we then think about democracy, extending it to the demos, how do we reimagine? I want to reimagine democracy. I don't want it to come back. But it's a different context. I'm sorry, I'm speaking in the US context.
In the US context, you can do that. We can't do it. We have to be more modest,
First, and then second.
This is for Sri here. Thank you, but I'll thank you all three. It's a great panel. And I'm reminded when you're talking, I mean, we started this conversation last year, right, about civilizationalisms and so on. And so I'm reminded when of the academic, turn towards empire and civilization as an antidote to the nation state, right? The nation state has betrayed us. And so now we have to go back to empire. And look, India, China, and Russia, these are good empires. and we should go back to them. And so I wonder if you have any thoughts about, I mean, I have colleagues at my university in that spirit, with whom I have had a long-standing set of disputes. But I wonder how your account here, which is in some ways very tied to the state narratives, but how it links up to or has some sort of resonance in or in academic discourse.
Do you? Yeah. Oh, we're not collecting questions. We're doing. Yeah. No, no, thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. So what's interesting about the civilizational turn in India is that so there's there are fantasies of, empire. So first of all, the fantasy of empire is about the nation state writ large. So in that sense, it's a nation statist. It says that civilization somehow goes beyond the Western nation state, but in fact, it is completely invested in that model. And it's not the kind of post-national or non-national imaginary that, say, you had at, earlier in the 20th century. I mean, I'm thinking about if you contrast, say, the imaginary of someone like Tagore with this idea of empire and civilization today, the Tagore's idea of civilization and this idea of civilization is very different in its relation to the nation state. And the other interesting thing then is, what does empire give to the nation, why does Hindutva turn to empire? And one is that it becomes this territorial claim particularly to East and Southeast Asia. So there's a kind of India's look east policy works through this civilizational lens in a way that it doesn't, civilizational and imperial lens in a way that it doesn't through other lenses. So that's one thing. And then the other, and this gets back to the idea of universalisms that we were talking about. So the Indian government's official policy of being this, the Vishwa Guru, the world teacher policy, is all about how to manage diversity. How Indian civilization presented this model for managing difference. And so I think, and it's interesting because I think there would be similar conversations for China, for Russian civilizations, for the Ottoman Empire. Somehow there's the kind of turn to civilization because of this problem of difference, which I think we can then think about in a variety of different ways. So yeah, but thank you.
Sorry, I just want to add to that from my other part of my research personality. In Mongolia, there's also, to counter China's, agricultural sedentary civilization, there is a discourse about recovering, I'm forgetting what the Toynbee, recovering the ideas of nomadic civilization. And if you look at conference topics, right? Every other conference topic is Genghis Khan, right? And Genghis Khan as lawgiver, as proto-democrats, as and I can send you articles. And the way I absolutely agree with what you said, that's entirely bound up with an insecurity about the status and the identity of the Mongolian nation state between China and Russia. So it needs the kind of historical memory of empire as a supplement. And then people being frustrated with Mongolian parliamentary democracy and capitalist stagnation and its peripheral status turn to empire as a resource of critique. But it's a flawed, in my view, it's a flawed one. I can cite very quickly a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine's book, Rebecca Empson, has written about how some kind of elite Mongolians will go to this like a kind of shamanic practice to go back in time to reclaim their former identities in the 13th century when the Mongols were still nobles. Right? Now, and this is a critique of capitalism and democracy. But what kind of politics is that? And so to go back to Rebecca Carl's question here, can't go back. The empire is not the solution to the nation state crisis. But I don't want to say forward because of what that implies, but then what would it mean to tie it back to what would it mean to move out of the nation state? What forms are there? And are we talking about available past forms, or what would it mean to create new forms? What are the resources we have? Because I think that's where can't go from nation to empire, but need to go from nation to communist internationalism. That was sorry, yeah, please. Yeah, please.
The shaman comes every year to Istanbul.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Mongol immigrates in Istanbul. They collect money.
Yeah.
And this shaman comes and they have these rituals, and these kind of like shaman medium sessions. And this is the grand celebration, for the Mongol community.
Yeah.
I mean, he travels around the world where Mongols are. He goes and he conducts a ritual.
Okay, thanks.
I hope we can do without a microphone. So it actually ties into this what Kristen said in the end, because I was thinking about how, for example, in Germany, politics are now described as more relevant, whether you're right or left. The relevant categories are you're either deconstructing something, or you're destroying, in that sense, or you're protecting something. Right, you're either in the camp of destroying the structures that are there in politics, or you're kind of trying to kind of fight this war of defending what is there yet. And then the problem is that no one has the capacity or even the time or the resources to move something forward. And I think this is also interesting in relation to this idea of nihilism. Because even in the US, right, there's kind of the critique of nihilism, it's chiseling, hey, of historical legacy, whatever. Is that there's still the critique of kind of there's someone taking something away, and we have to kind of wages work and depending what is area. Whereas what Professor Robbins just described is, as you said, warm and fuzzy. So constructing like, even if it's just creating an image, even if you can teach us that it's not true in reality, it's still kind of projecting something into the future. And I feel like that's really a contemporary moment where in the West, many intellectuals are actually fighting this maybe war position where you kind of try to defend the position you're already in, but you don't have the time or the space, maybe like the actual space, or what is it that could be projected into the future? And you just said you don't want to say forward. But I think, especially if you look at China and the rhetoric of the Xi and moving forward, I mean, we have to have to react to that. So, and I would be interested to hear your thoughts on destroying and constructing.
Can I just say, but that's kind of why I don't want to say forward, right? Because forward movement is also a way of forgetting. 别想太多了。那个是在意识形态有一个 one sentence is 别想太多。Don't think about the past. I mean, look, I think one of the striking things for me was when I was doing research on the Wenchuan earthquake, and the discourse on the ground was don't be sad, don't mourn. We all had that page. Because the Olympics are coming. So there should be, in this way, more like Walter Benjamin of, I think we hit the emergency brake. We slow down. We don't, not forward, rushing forward into a glorious future. That is past in a way. And but we've also, like these debates, we've also this construction, deconstruction, and the dialectics. We've been here before. Mayakovsky, we got to throw Pushkin off the boat of modernity. No, stop. We need to conserve the great art. And I mean, this. Maybe slow down when we have what we need. We just need to reorganize how we live together in common. I don't know, but I think it's a great. It's an excellent question. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking Rebecca's advice.
Yeah, just to add to that, thank you for that question. And again, with civilizational thinking or civilizational thought, there's a tendency to imagine that this is just simply about recuperating a past, going back to the past. It's a kind of backward facing gaze, but at least in India, and I would wager in other contexts as well, civilizationalism in fact is a kind of a futurism in the way in which the politics of civilizationism is configured. So in the Indian case, it's about how Indic civilization actually has the resource for the building a different future. And again, building a different future, not just for India, but for the world, right? That this is going to be a better template than existing models, whether it's of peace or prosperity or human rights or whatever. So you're absolutely right. Both of these movements, the restoration as well as destruction, are together in civilizational thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
土耳其现在它的执政党还有这个总统，他是通过多数选民选举就是产生的。刚刚另外一位先生也说了，就是这个江浙地区的一些国居民，他可能更倾向于支持宗教保守主义，支持这个就是民粹主义色彩很强烈。虽然现在土耳其它有很强的威权色彩，但是根本上它仍然是经过民主选举出来的总统和这个议会，那么也就是多数人的一种暴政啊。而在1920年代到1940年代的时候，那个时候是土耳其国父凯末尔 他所领导的共和人民党他的继承者统治。那个时候是社会精英来控制，包括通过限制民主。然后来保障社会精英，尤其是高校、司法还有军队对国家的控制，促成这个国家的快速的发展。
I want to point out that it was stated here also that the AKP, the AKP, and the president have been elected through legal elections and through constituting as a result of the elections of a majority opinion, and by that such a parliament was constituted, such a government was implemented. So we had a majority that was on the basis.
Well, they won the elections.
I'm translating. On the other hand, in the years before, like from 1920s to up to the 70s, Kemal and his successors, they tried to install democracy not by a majority vote, but by restricting anti-democratic forces, and also by repressing and by using military force and so on. So that was the first part.
The second part. But what's the question?
在他的精英威权的统治更利于进步。然后现在这个埃尔多安他的正义发展党的统治虽然是更民主，但是他反而是比较保守和这个排外主义这种，就是说一种比较不好的。那么是不是说一种精英的威权主义比民主其实更适合于土耳其，还有一些相对落后、宗教色彩强烈的国家？
So to wrap it up, the structure during the Kemal plus the following time up to the 70s was a kind of a rule of the elite, and they wanted to be non-religious, and they wanted to be democratic, and they wanted to achieve development, whereas the AKP and Erdogan now is more on the, we would say, reactionary. It's reactionary and more exclusive, like
No, I understand his concern. You know, actually, in political terms, you know, the transition to multi-party elections began in 1946. So it's been a long history. There were military interventions. And we experienced the pain of martial law on and off, at least 3, you know, military coups d'etats. What disturbs people now is that elected government acts as if it is practicing martial law. You see, Turkish public opinion has turned very much against militarism. And we thought that it would never, you know, return back again. A reason why the AKP got the votes initially in the early millennium was because they said we're against militarism. And a lot of people said, well, this is great, you know, because this is what we need for the future. Now an elected government is acting as if it is practicing martial law is what hurts. You know, because they are a civilian government elected, and they're acting as if they're military dictatorship. And that is so difficult to, you know, sort of rationalize and come to terms with. And this is the crisis that we're living under. So, you know, this is the problem. Because it's an elected government. I mean, generals, colonels, you know. Yeah.
有第二个事实，你看，在这个政治发展史上，早在这个1946年，其实走到一个多党制。 所以多党政治的冲击一直这么长的，从到都是80年代。然后呢，他是成功的克服了这个3次的这个军事的这个政治事变。然后呢，对这个军事的力量，他想夺权是非常的反感，非常反感。所以就是因为他对这个军事这个军事好像要变成领导要非常反感，所以他才支持这个多党制。他就是出于这种心情，他是支持民主制。那么现在呢，到了现在这个 Erdogan 的时候呢，这老百姓这个反感的，如果他反感的话，他反感什么呢？这个 Erdogan 是何苦呢？他是好好的，他是民主这个选上去的，没二话可说。但是呢，他照样他做的好像他冲着这个决心，好像他是一个军事政变以后的一个小独裁那样的。很苦的，他本来就是被选上去的，他为什么要演的那么丑？所以，都是这种情绪在勾起的。
One last question, okay?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think I'd like to ask a question to Christian about historical nihilism. As we're not talking about the future, then I'd like to ask, how does you mentioned example of Jiang Qing talk about 历史虚无主义, and how does where does she adopt this phrase from? And you mentioned Nietzsche, like is it so? The historical nihilism that she talked about, is it the same meaning as the Nietzsche one, was it completely different? And how has this phrase, the meaning of this concept changed in the Chinese discourse over time? You have mentioned like, well, and also at the end of your presentation, you mentioned the crisis of nation states. So does that also tie in the current debates on the TSR discourse and why people are talking about that again?
Thank you. It's a great question. I mean, look, I'm just scratching the surface of these issues, and I will pass on talking about Jiang Qing. Other people are more expert on it than I am. I knew it was a risk to bring that quote in and state it as I did. And I will not take responsibility for it. But what I can say about Nietzsche, since it goes back to the question of value and transvaluation of values, is that nihilism comes from, in his account, a crisis of belief in a particular system, right? So it's not a nothingness of being. It's if you have belief in something and that belief shatters and breaks, nihilism is its effect. Now, there's a different, as many of you know better than I, a different tradition of thinking about nihilism in 19th century Russian literature and other definitions of nihilism, and how they have traveled to and been taken up in different ways in China is beyond the scope of what I was trying to do, which you got at the end, right? What I was trying to do is make some remarks, hopefully provocative, about where we are now and what we might do living in the political institutions, forms, and myths that we live in. And if it is a crisis, that those are breaking and no longer binding, then that's why I found nihilism to be a useful term. Now, of course, I'm using it in the opposite meaning that Chinese, so Jiang Qing didn't say historical nihilism, she just said nihilism. She just said people will be nihilistic about history if they negate everything, right? But now, the part I skipped over, right, the Chinese government uses it to mean we have to protect what's sacred about our history. But of course, that then closes off other ways of thinking about history and thinking about the present and the future on that basis. So it's precisely that I'm trying to open up to more critical scrutiny. If that, I'm happy to talk about what could come out of that. So to wrap up, Nietzsche, right, it says he's not a nihilist. He wants affirmation. He can't find it. Zarathustra is about the failure of creating a pure affirmation. We don't need supermen, absolutely not. We don't need men in that way. But we need affirmation.
Okay, I guess our time is up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sinology of East Asian Studies here at the University of Göttingen. He's actually the chair at the moment of our department. It's on Chinese historiography and critiques and doubts of modernity and many other topics. So Axel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Welcome to the concluding panel of our interesting conference. The topic of the last panel is China as a contested object of thought. So, in other words, what is China? For whom, who's engaging China in what ways? Be it China studies or Chinese intellectual circles. And because time is limited, I will not introduce everybody here in great detail. It's my pleasure to first introduce Professor Rebecca Karl from NYU. You all know her, reading a story of modern China. By now, with a multiple-year Göttingen connection coming nearly every summer to Göttingen to teach offer a course here. And her topic is the future of China studies in the US in light of current US-China hostilities.
Yes, it's always hard to tell. First, I want to thank Wang Hui and Dominic for this wonderful conference. It's been a real treat to listen to everybody and to be involved in these conversations. Many of the people I've been in conversation, who we've been conversing with this past 3 days, I've known for many years, but I've never had everybody in the same room in the same place. And so it's been really a lot of fun and very meaningful, I think. I'm not going to exactly talk about the topic I said I was going to talk about. I'll get there eventually, but I want to start with this, with a philosopher whom I otherwise do not like at all. But I think he said one thing that's kind of interesting, and that's we were just talking about him, Slavoj Žižek, and he has this idea of ideology that is a sublime ideology that we know, but we do it anyway. Okay, so that it's not about ignorance and it's not about false consciousness. It's about a saturation of knowledge, and we do it anyway. And so let me just begin by saying I'm an American and I am a Jew. And in my name and with my tax dollars, Palestinians are being starved, bombed, and eliminated as a people and as a culture in their homeland of Palestine, which is often called Israel. I protest against this definition of my Jewish identity. I don't think that being a Jew means that I must concede to the genocide of Palestinians. And I protest against this definition of my American identity, that I must support my state's imperialist and eliminationist support for the Israeli state's genocide against Palestinians. My politics of self and my identity are neither ignorant nor are they uncertain. In this respect, I am quite clear that I stand against the slaughter of the Palestinian people now proceeding apace, whose bloody origins stand at the history that Wang Hui narrated to us earlier through his beautiful story of violence and music, because there are, of course, various sides to this origin story, and one of them is the persecution of Jews in Europe, for which now the Palestinians must pay with their lives. And so these are linked stories, and I think that linkage is absolutely important. There's a big discourse, and I'm also going to apologize in advance. This is a little bit disorganized because I gave a talk earlier in Italy about one thing, and I thought I would take parts of that talk for today. I didn't have a chance to really reorganize it. So I'm just going to jump around a bit. But the premise of the original talk in Italy a couple days ago was that we're not in a new Cold War. We're not in a standoff between socialism and capitalism represented by China and the United States. But we're in a world in which we cannot stay securely in our national identities on the sidelines, cheering as a genocide is proceeding. And so in the spirit of Lu Xun's Nahan, here's my call to action, okay? Because I'm very, I don't know that I have, just like Harlan and others who have also had a call to consciousness, I don't know that I have a real action plan, but I do have, I sense that we can't sit on the sidelines and wait for things to just work out. We need to do something. And so I have to mark where we are today, ideologically and materially. Our current global historical moment is characterized, for my purposes and in my sense, first and foremost by the ongoing intensified genocidal violence perpetrated by Israel against the people in Gaza, and by extension then against Palestinians in the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and in Israel itself. Long ago, Mao Zedong was a great proponent of the Palestinian people in their struggle for self-determination against the settler colonizing regime of the Israeli state. China's ties to Palestinians stretch back to the early days of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and Maoist China, as we know, was the first non-Arab government to officially recognize the PLO and establish diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine. Now, the PLO is now, of course, a handmaiden to the Israeli state's apartheid rule in the West Bank, but it was not always so. Indeed, at a meeting with PLO delegates in Beijing in 1965, Mao said at the time, quote, "Imperialism is afraid of China and the Arabs. Israel and Formosa," by which he meant Taiwan, "are bases of imperialism in Asia. They created Israel for you and Formosa for us. Their goal is the same." Now, the comparison is perhaps quite weak, okay, and doesn't hold up today, but the sentiment is clearly ideologically anti-colonial. By the early 1970s, when the PRC had gained its seat in the UN, as the historian Lillian Harris has documented, quote, "China was the only great power which supported the Palestinians in their rejection of such international statements about the Palestinians as Security Council Resolutions 242 of 1967 and 338 of 1973. These resolutions sought to reduce the Palestine issue to a refugee question, presuming it could be written off by the offer of a sum of compensation. The Chinese believe, too, that it is certain that the Palestinian people's rights cannot be restored through UN resolutions. China was the only great power which had never publicly accepted the possibility of a purely political settlement in Palestine. The Palestinian question, in other words, for Mao's China, was never an exception to colonialism, but in fact, its most exemplary form. If we fast forward to Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s, whose domestic shift from politics in command to economics uber alles, called by many a shift to pragmatism, but it was really a shift to capitalist economism. And this shift was reflected as well in diplomatic relations. Increasingly empty rhetoric about Palestine coexisted with the significant warming of relations with Israel, whose economic and technological assistance the PRC wished to tap into, as Roy Jelinek, a researcher at a now defunct Strategic Studies Center, and he noted in 2018. There's thus been in Chinese foreign affairs from the 1980s onwards a mild rhetorical support for Palestinian autonomy, albeit now almost completely pursued through the once upon a time reviled UN process and in the doublespeak name of a two-state solution, even while there's been no willingness to intervene in any way that is substantively useful. Mao provided rhetoric, theory, and weapons. Xi provides lukewarm gestures. Today, Xi Jinping's tepid defense of Palestinian political autonomy, his sponsorship of an entirely empty agreement among the most reviled of the fragments of Palestinian political power, the PLO, and its associated Israeli handmaidens, for the support of a moribund, dead-on-arrival two-state solution. On what land? Where's that state going to be? Is it going to be Manchuria? Is it going to be now they're discussing Libya? I mean, it's a genocidal solution. with the hyper-securitization of the Israeli state to be guaranteed by such genocidal criminals as Netanyahu and his US neighbors, is a far cry from the full-throated and materialist Maoist defense of the rights of colonized peoples. Indeed, in the face of the global repression of pro-Palestinian speech, she and the CCP have been silent. And of course, that pro-Palestinian speech in the West has been in the West, I hate that word, in the United States and Europe. And now, of course, Europe has detached itself from the United States. Now we don't talk about Western civilization, we talk about European civilization, as somebody was reminding me just earlier. But so that now the protest is coming from mobilized campuses worldwide. And she and the CCP have been silent in substantive ways. In the face of Israeli abuse of surveillance technologies and militarized software used by the Israeli military to target and vaporize people's structures, schools, hospitals, and babies. Indeed, used as it is to starve and potentially murder over 2 million people imprisoned on a strip of land that is now abandoned by the world at large. She and the CCP have been largely silent, instead profiting nicely, or should we say pragmatically, from the sale of technologies used in the destruction of a people and their life worlds. So in the sale of weapons and the trade in tech, China and the US are on the same side. Economics rules with politics as its handmaiden. So the point here then is that we are not in an elemental standoff between communism and capitalism, but by the same token, ideology is not dead today just because it is capitalist and global common sense, and just because it is called pragmatic and socialism has been relegated to the dustbin. We live in a highly ideologized world, and in the starkest of terms, when ideology in politics is in fact allowed to intrude on the structural models of governance and to substantively inform our analysis, then we can see that we live in a common, in a world of common historical projects that we must solve in common. The new Cold War rhetoric that permeates public discourse these days is dangerous, to be sure. Yet, as I've been saying, it appeals to a version of the world that is long gone. It presents merely another version of lazy thinking, reaching for known paradigms that describe nothing and seem instead to encapsulate an ahistorical structural antagonism. What then must we do? As proponents of China studies, or maybe as practitioners of China studies, what we must do, and here I have to switch pieces of paper, is as Lydia and Wang Hui and Xichuan and Harlan and Christian and others, so many others have discussed over the course of these last 3 days, is that we need to change our questions. We need to engage more clearly with historical problems that are no longer contained to or constrained by the paradigms that used to engage us or rule us. And so I'll end, because I've been told I don't have any more time, with the following. China studies today is important not because China is Chinese, or because it has ancient Asian values, or because its state leaders are wiser or better than others. China studies is important today, and we must engage in it today, because in the long stream of history and in any potential future, how Chinese artists, writers, poets, intellectuals, and workers produce and reproduce the worlds of sociality and possibility are not disconnected from the rest of the world, but are constitutive of the world we inhabit in common. And it's only through a common inhabiting, to use another philosopher who I'm not that fond of, but through our common dwelling in this world of the commons, to go back to something that Christian said earlier, that we can come up with solutions to our shared problems. Thank you.
Rebecca, you finished early.
Well, I'm staring at this piece of paper. Well, you didn't tell me that. I would have taken another 3 minutes.
We have time for the
Okay.
Interesting connections between our current situation and what we should do as China specialists. Research. Brings me to our next presentation by Professor Sally from the Department of History at Nankai University. She is her research is on global intellectual history, global intellectual exchange, and she's currently working on a book on South American exchange in science and education, right? And her presentation today is on Chinese exclusionism now and then.
Thank you so much. Should I use the mic?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you so much, all. Thanks especially to Dominic for bringing me to this exciting venue, where I get to meet diverse scholars from diverse fields, new colleagues, and old friends. I'm Sally Singh. I'm trained as an Americanist at Columbia University, but now I'm teaching U.S. history and transnational intellectual history in China. My topic today to present is a huge one, Chinese exclusionism now and then. It's a topic about knowledge production in the age of ignorance and academic freedom, which we've already covered in the previous thoughts brought by Harlan, Rebecca just now. But I'm going to talk from a different angle that relates to both China and the US. In recent years, we all know that China's rapid growth in science and technology has triggered a wave of anxiety in the US, not in Europe. I mean, like, as Rebecca mentioned, Europe and the United States are disconnected now. I mean, like, the old promise in the US, the old promise of open science exchange has increasingly been replaced in the US with suspicion and surveillance. And at the heart of this shift is what scholars and the civil rights advocates now are starting to call the new Chinese exclusionism. In 2018, we know that the Trump administration launched the notorious China Initiative under the Department of Justice. Its stated purpose was to counter Chinese, the so-called state-sponsored espionage, even though sometimes, and actually always, they don't have the evidence to prove it. And this is particularly speaking to the alleged theft of so-called American technological and intellectual property by scientists, researchers, and students with ties to China. But actually, in practice, the initiative cast an extremely wide net, one that specifically targeted the Chinese and Chinese American academia. High-profile cases, as another China initiative, included many leading Chinese scholars and scientists. They included, for instance, Professor Chen Gang at MIT, Song Guozhen at Ohio State. He was sentenced to 37 months in prison. Wu Anming at University of Tennessee, Lin Hanfang at Yale, and of course, the famous Xi Xiaoxing case, Xi Xiaoxing at Temple University. So this is Xi Xiaoxing's case. In 2015, FBI agents stormed Professor Xi Xiaoxing's home with guns drawn and arrested him in front of his whole family. It's pretty brutal. The charge was that Professor Xi Xiaoxing shared sensitive technology with Chinese scientists. The problem is, it was later revealed that the emails FBI used as evidence was actually unrelated to the technology in question that the FBI argued. So the case is actually later dropped, but only after Xi has been suspended, denied access to his students and his labs, and was forced to spend huge amount of money on legal defense. So it caused a lot of harm to Professor Xi and his family. And Professor Xi's case is actually not unique. In just 10 months span, the US government initiated and then dropped espionage-related charges against 3 separate Chinese-American scientists. Other cases included Sherry Chen, Cao Guoqing, Li Shuyu. They were all biologists at Lilly. That was like an American multinational pharmaceutical company with a headquarters in Indianapolis. So actually, it's not just universities or research labs, but also like companies, a lot of like institutions involved. And even after the Biden administration already formally ended the China Initiative in 2022, the consequences are still lingering. Federal agencies have shifted their focus from individual researchers to institutions, universities, hospitals, companies like Lilly, which actually employ scientists who had ties with China. And this is bringing chilling effects. In recent years, a growing number of Chinese scientists already have left the US. They're seeking opportunities elsewhere. Many of them went back to China. Others have remained, but there is like a deepening sense of fear, caution, and alienation. So a very striking and recent case involves Professor Wang Xiaofeng, this scientist in Indiana University. He's like a world-renowned scholar of cybersecurity, and he's like a very highly published scholar in this field. Actually, 2 months ago, in March 2025, FBI agents raided his home, like Xi Xiaoxing's case. And Professor Wang and his wife have since been largely disappeared from public view, with only his wife making a very brief public appearance through webinar hosted by Asian American Scholars Forum since that incident happened. On the same day of the home raids, very strikingly, Professor Wang was fired by his long-standing posts at Indiana University. And that happened over email. It was very quick. That was a move that actually goes against in the university and American institutions policy of the tenure system and the so-called academic freedom. So that's what is going on right now. The scientists are leaving American academia. And now I wish to switch back to history to look at a different angle in terms of identity ignorance and racial profiling. Well, it's nowadays the Chinese scientists and scholars and students that are being targeted in today's new wave of exclusionism. History offers a different perspective, a different story. And we talked about the Chinese exclusion earlier. In the era of the Chinese Exclusion Act in the late 19th century and ended before World War II, it was actually the Chinese laborers, immigrant workers, the working class people that were barred from entering the US. However, back then, one group was exempt from the Chinese exclusion. That was different from today's narrative. Back then, the Chinese students and scholars in the US are exempt from the Chinese exclusion. However, the story today has been turned upside down. I then wish to illustrate the paradoxical interconnectedness between anti-Chinese politics and modern Chinese intellectual, because I study intellectual history and also American history. I think this topic relates to ignorance, identity, and uncertainties of being prosecuted back 100 years ago, just like what is happening now. Past scholarship actually attributed the rise of Wilsonian moments in China to the Committee on Public Information, a wartime propaganda organization led by George Creel and his Shanghai office. But my research, I want to share my latest research on this topic that was historical. My research shifts our focus from the CPI to the overly optimistic pro-Wilsonian sentiments held by the American-trained Chinese intellectuals in New York City. Just like Professor Lydia Liu talked about Zhang Pengchun earlier today, I'm examining other Chinese Columbianized Chinese intellectuals who study in America. So we all know that the Chinese Exclusion Act, following with the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, that there was a series of other acts such as the Scott Act, the Geary Act. These all enforced legislation measures that restricted Chinese immigration and reinforced racial exclusion in the US. However, as I just mentioned, there's one group of people who were exempt from the Chinese Exclusion Act. That was the American trained Chinese intellectuals. Very interesting, in my research, I figured out that they were pretty much like embracing Americanism, but they were quite silent towards the Chinese Exclusion Act, and the experiences of ordinary Chinese immigrant workers were subject to it. I think this group overlaps with an interesting and problematic facade of internationalism in modern Chinese intellectual history. So near the end of World War I, as we learned from the prominent historian Manala, there was a Wilsonian moment in China when Woodrow Wilson, like his ideas of self-determination triggered like global like sentiments. Manala portrayed an unexpected world Wilsonian moments that triggered both China, not only China, but India, French Indonesia, Egypt, and Korea. But actually, in this tide of the Wilsonian moment, Chinese students in the US, as my research uncovers, also helped to introduce Wilsonian internationalism, particularly the notion of national self-determination to Chinese audiences. And here's what I found in my research. It was based on the paper I'm going to publish recently in Taiwan. I argue in this paper that American trained Chinese intellectuals, very prominent figures like Hu Shi and Jiang Mengling, they were actually very prominent, they were outspokenly pro-American, and they were also like, did not say anything about the Chinese Exclusion Act when they were the exempt class in the US from the Chinese exclusion legacy. Hu Shi was a keen supporter of Wilsonian politics when he was a student in America. This is a picture he called the Wilsonian smile when he was a student there. He went to watch Wilson's presidential elections. He listened to his speeches. He went to meet him. He was so pro-Wilsonian as a student when he was a student in America. But he didn't say anything about the Chinese Exclusion Act Wilson endorsed. Another intellectual, very quickly here to mention, as Jiang Mengling, who actually translated Woodrow Wilson's 14 points into Chinese. And interestingly, Jiang Mengling, his famous Fights from the West, describes Americanism in New York City as like American melting pot with little racial friction. And that's like a strikingly selective observation of Americanism. There's like a gap between the intellectual elite and the working class Chinese. And this gap is not just spatial, but also linguistic and ideological. Hu Shi imagine the Chinese students in the US as cultural ambassadors to the West that would represent a progressive China image to the US. However, he didn't talk much about the Chinese Exclusion Act. That's a point actually brought about by the famous historian Tang Degang, who later compiled the oral history materials with Hu Shi. Tang Degang mentioned when he was like conducting this research with Hu Shi, that Hu Shi and his cohorts, his generation of like Chinese students in America, rarely, if ever, spoke against the Chinese Exclusion Act. And the racial discrimination or daily humiliation faced by the Chinese laborers who were subject to the Chinese Exclusion Act. Tang Degang said these students, they were embracing more like an internalized white Anglo-Saxon American Protestant culture, the so-called WASP culture. And he called their experience in America as a guide, sort of like a guided tour through American democracy, one that showed them actually the facade of liberty and progress, while hiding the reality of exclusion, segregation, and racism. And in this case, the Chinese students and their encounter with American democracy was deeply contradictory. They idealized the American dream, or overlooked its nightmare of democracy. Increasingly, the dynamic was mirrored in the figure that they embraced so highly, was Woodrow Wilson himself. Wilson publicly supported the exclusion of the Chinese laborers, but he actually welcomed the Chinese students to the US. So it's pretty paradoxical. And the impetus that during the May 1st movement, for instance, Hu Shi carried Wilson's ideal to the new cultural movement. He's one of his favorite students in Beida, Fuxinian, which Excel studies. He said he can memorize Wilson's 14 points from the start to the end. However, in retrospect, their embrace of Americanism was founded on an idealized and incomplete reading of American democracy. Their silence on racial exclusion, their disconnection from immigrant communities, and their uncritical admiration for Wilson reveal a broader tension in modern Chinese political thought that was how to reconcile the admiration for Western ideals with the lived realities of exclusion, racism, and imperialism. So we basically covered the history. Back then, the Chinese Exclusion Act was the first American law to explicitly bar immigration based on race and ethnicity. It constructed Chinese labor as a racialized threat. However, this flipped today. The Chinese students and scholars who are symbolically protected from the Chinese exclusion are now the central targets in this new wave of exclusionism against the Chinese. One clocked not in immigration law, but in the language of national security, espionage, and scientific competition. Or maybe, as Wang Zhuoyue reminds me, this is not a flip, but an expansion of Chinese exclusionism to include the previously exempted Chinese students and scholars from the new targets of exclusion. Donald Trump's immigration policies enforce restriction of illegal immigrants. These Chinese students and scholars are being targeted as part of Trump's immigration policies in the language of national security. But the historians today, they reveal the same problem. FBI investigations, visa denials, and university surveillance programs have caused suspicion on Chinese scientists, often regardless of evidence. However, this is not in the old language of exclusionism, but in a new strategic exclusionism aimed at scientific knowledge production, which is itself a transnational enterprise. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to our next presentation by Professor Xiong Zhen. She's a specialist in childhood studies, gender and family history, and she's listed with her position as Secretary General of the International Council for Philosophy and Human Sciences. And I think it is over that background that especially gives her the knowledge, insights to talk about China's humanities, institutional developments.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I would like to share with you some consideration about the institutionally based humanity developments in China, especially campus-based, university-based, and help us to think about what kind of significance and implications that might have. Let me show you the outline. The outline is, I would give some background, and then I would show some topographical characters of Chinese institutions of tertiary education, and compared with the developments elsewhere, primarily in Europe and the United States, and then help us to come back and see what that kind of institutional base, the kind of advantages, the challenges, and potential difficulties to break through in the future. I had published a piece of article 10 years ago with the American Historical Review about the evolution of Chinese humanities. At that time, I had not served in Paris with this thing called International Council of Philosophy and Human Sciences, SHIPS, which was established after World War II. It's a disciplinary based. It covered all countries and all regions. So my service in the past
years have met me, I still, constantly, go back to different academic occasions in China. And then I would think back about what I might want to add or extend from my earlier publication about Chinese humanities. So this, the following could be considered a sort of a lengthy postscript to that article. And I would certainly like to benefit from your comments, suggestions, and questioning. All right, so in terms of topography, there, especially compared with other countries, you could see that there what we refer to, or the information, the data for Ministry of Education referred to as sort of mixed general universities or colleges. In China, you have altogether about 1,300, I think. That include the elite universities for most familiar with, whether it's 985, 211, double first class. Those were all in the 100. But then I would also like to explain something to you about the universities, very important universities that are administered, funded by different universities, different ministries, different offices in China, that also numbered in the hundreds. And then in China, different from other places, you have these language or foreign language universities, which serve very important purposes, I thought. And especially look into the kind of trainings they provide and research. All right. And then finally, I'd like to make some comments about normal university, which is quite unique actually in the developed or developing countries in the world. For these mixed mode of general universities, they inherited the Wenshizhe, Chinese history and philosophy mode of disciplines. They've been upgraded to colleges mostly, and then going applied. Now, recently, substantially cut to redirect resources to engineering and other, they thought, more urgent tasks. When I started the study based on the information and studies provided from within China mostly, we were told that humanities have been designated as the least costly ways to provide tertiary education because you don't need equipment. There's no cost for labs. And then you can add the numbers of students as many as you want for the faculties. That's at least how I was informed. And then if you go into the research university, they've also admitted that they expanded very, very quickly, including graduate school. But it's taught as mostly a data-driven, and they refer them as an extension of high school education and the college. Still, I think comparatively it's a positive asset both for the country and also compared with other places often hit by crisis. So Chinese history and philosophy stand as the basic mode, especially all these leading universities led by scientists as presidents. Their understanding of humanity is this, just the three. Nothing else. Not art history, not anthropology, not visual studies, not cultural studies. And they just thought that they need to maintain that. All right. So this has been perpetuated across the country in terms of basic humanities training and research. It had a long history. I don't need to go back to that. But this trilogy, this Chinese literature, history, and philosophy, they have gone, they remain disciplinedly based, but they have been upgraded, so to speak, for research distribution reasons to become colleges. So 中文学院、历史学院、哲学院, they're all colleges, small colleges, but single discipline. And so which means that any even narrowly defined interdisciplinary thinking or exchange would have to be college, not within the college, as most other places would be. And surely to remain relevant and provide employment, the next thing that you see has been there for 20 plus years is that these basic disciplines have gone applied. History, college of history, 历史学院 becomes 历史语言与旅游学院, history and tourism college. And that's the way that the resource and the faculty and the student training have been molded, I think. So for the students, undergraduate students, they have three outlets. They either go to graduate school or they go abroad, which is increasingly difficult now. They want to have employment opportunities right away. The pressure is very, very high, and it's that's driven. You hear it every day in all corners about the uselessness of humanities. 文科无用论 is not 用 in any other meaning, but just to get a job market for the undergraduates. All right, okay, so that's the first time. The second I want to sort of mention is that in addition to these 985、2、211 and 双一流, there are these outstanding science and technology or other specialized universities, training grounds. They are not under Ministry of Education, and so they're sort of a different force out there. You know, you see the astronauts going around the globe, moving to the moon, the Beihang that they train from, they're not even they're not our colleagues because you don't get to see them that often. They have different modes of, funding, and our understanding is that they have almost no general education or very limited humanities training for these very important institutions. The language universities, the number is significant because all provinces, all leading cities have these. They taught the main languages you listed there, and they taught also over 100 minor, the linguists were trained there. All right, then the normal university, you have about 200 providing, I thought, very important teaching our teachers for primary education. They also have quality humanity research. All right. So these, 1,200 to 3,000 Chinese universities produce over 10 million graduates every year coming in and going out. That's a force to be reckoned with, I thought. The way they're fashioned, and we can discuss, but I don't have time to go into about how the research is replenished, how to maintain the liberal critical thinking disciplines, interdiscipline-based things in this kind of institutional base. How might that be possible? Cross-boundary training, especially now that going abroad and coming in and translation have become narrower than before as choices. And the assessment from within or without, that is what they were make them to think about. They created this new term called broader humanities or new humanities, because they want to do some sort of categorical rethinking, refashioning of these parts. All right, this is actually my last page, so thank you. My last page is all of that information was prepared for you to help me and help all of us to think about if at large, this is a very crude number. Europe has close to 3,000 university tertiary education. United States has 4,000. Half of it is colleges, community college and liberal arts colleges. Half of it call themselves universities. China has 3,000. In between these numbers, what do we want to think or say or reckon with this phenomenon called campus-based humanities is my question and my presentation for your consideration. Thank you.
You will have one presentation by my colleague, Marika Rudolph. She's our department for East Asian Studies. Has written her PhD on vocational education in China in the context of Germany, and is trained in political science and society. And her presentation today is from province towards the country actions on the hegemony project that was announced. Please.
What's the law?
Please.
So good afternoon. First of all, thank you to Professor Wang Hui and to Dominic for inviting me to join these very interesting and inspiring debates over the last 3 days. I'm the last person to speak today, so I'll try to be brief. And as we just learned from Christian, we need to slow down, right? So try to be brief and slow for the sake of our ingenious translator. And tie a few thoughts to the ideas and concepts we've discussed so far. So my research interest is in the political history of China and the United Front. And so from my perspective, as we were talking about constructions of identity and the values of literature and art, from my perspective, what was conspicuously absent was the political context. The political has permeated most discussions in some form, but mainly as an abstract body of thought or an issue type, right? But not so much as an institutional confinement, the provider of conditions in which art can be produced, or as Mr. Butois pointed out, the question of the conditions of practice has not much been in focus. So I would like to begin my talk today with a reference to a speech by Xi Jinping, which was published 1 month ago in the journal Jiushi. And Xi Jinping held a speech during Politburo meeting in October 2024 already. And the topic of that political study meeting was the establishment of a culturally strong China, the Wenhua Jianghu. Since then, Xi's speech has been widely circulated. All major state news outlets and party journals have begun to reiterate the importance of cultural strength. If you look at academic journal keyword indexes, you can see it's kind of spiking up at the moment. And why I think this is a good starting point for reflecting on manifestations of identity and ignorance. Why is that? First of all, because the question of culture and identity is obviously linked to the question, the question of culture and identity are linked, of course, but also because it allows me to address modes of ignorance, as I will outline. The first level of ignorance that I encounter in my work very often is that I get asked by both colleagues in China and Germany why I even bother to read Xi Jinping. Right? Even among my science students, many actively avoid engaging with today's political thought. And as they disengage with political writings, many of them instead read and reread the literary works, not only of their generation, but of previous generations, again, as we saw on Monday, because they're seeking also answers to their generation's problems. And my argument would, of course, be that we still have to take not only Chinese history seriously, but also Chinese thought. And Xi Jinping's thought, of course, is part of that. And so I think that this ignorance that many in China and the world show towards China's current political language is dangerous. For example, in German politics, leads us to lock ourselves up in a room that has really no window to the east, in a sense. But even within China, intellectual disengagement denies the possibility that there's a Chinese Weltanschauung, 世界观, worthy of exploration. So what is actually meant by culturally strong China, 文化强国? In fact, as those of you who speak Chinese know, this can have a dual meaning. It's either culture to use culture to strengthen China or to set the goal for a culturally strong China. And as we've discussed yesterday, and in the context of the concept of identity as a marker of difference, which always implies at least a dual category of us and the other. The nation is, of course, the most rigid form of dividing the world, leaving no space for ambiguity. So to strengthen a country through culture is not a goal in itself, but the goal always implies a level of competitive struggle. And when you read the texts that have been produced recently by scholars in the Chinese media, not only on the slogan or the Tifa Wenhua Qiangguo, but also on the broader issue of what is called Xi Jinping thought on culture, the Xi Jinping Wenhua Sixiang. Then you see much of it is implicitly or explicitly addressing the question of why China is, in 2025, an economic and military powerhouse, but why it failed to create a cultural appeal, a radiance that can match what is perceived to be the cultural hegemony of the United States of America. Therefore, Xi Jinping urged to uphold the cultural leadership, the Wenhua Lingdaoquan, of the Communist Party in China, and cultural subjectivity, the Wenhua Zhutixing of the Chinese nation. So what's interesting here is that by using the term Lingdaoquan instead of Baquan, Xi Jinping is making a subtle distinction that may need clarification for a non-Chinese speaking audience. The distinction is significant for understanding how Xi Jinping views China, not only as a country, but also as a civilization in the 21st century. Because Baquan is negatively connotated in Chinese. The consisting of the way of the tyrant, the Ba Dao, and the kingly way, the Wang Dao, has a long tradition in Chinese thought and was adapted, for example, by Sun Yat-sen in talking about the contrast between China and the West. Nonetheless, Lingdaoquan and Baquan are often translated in English as hegemony, conflating a conceptual difference that I want to disentangle and pull in a little bit. So to discover the roots of the concept in Chinese, let me first take you to a point in time and space that Stefan Petski actually took us to on the first day as well, which is Moscow in the early 1920s. So we already heard that the Comintern meetings brought men and women from across the globe to Moscow. And here cultures mixed, but also orthodoxies were formed. And among those who traveled to Moscow were, of course, Antonio Gramsci, who everyone knows, and Xu Jiubai, who's little known outside of China. Yet, even though the historical sources do not indicate whether they ever met in person, what is more important that they engaged with the same discourses. And when they returned home, there was one concept tucked away in the intellectual suitcase or in the luggage of the mind that came to preoccupy them and generation of thinkers to come. And as Perry Anderson wrote, few terms of art are so conspicuous in contemporary political literature, technical or polemical as hegemony. So there's, of course, this big history of the term hegemony, going back to Stalin, Bukharin, and Trotsky, and others who often used it as a synonym for political leadership. And in fact, Antonio Gramsci, when he returned to Italy, he also often used it, or initially used it interchangeably with the word leadership. Xu Jiubai likewise translated it into Lingdaoquan or Lingxiuquan, meaning leadership in the literal sense. Yet why was everyone at the time so concerned with this term? Why was it kind of resonating across the globe on so many different levels? So I would argue the point of departure for both Gramsci and the Chinese communists was the apparent weakness or failure of the bourgeois leadership. So they saw this moment of organic crisis in which, as again, for Gramsci, the old is dying and the new cannot be born. Because the country is ruled by a class that has lost legitimacy. And so in both countries, you have this shared sense that there are elites who are not able to unite a country, neither culturally, nor are they able to mobilize broad support. And Peng Shuji, who also returned from Moscow to China in 1924, also embraced Lenin's understanding of hegemony and called also in a similar vein as Lenin for consciousness from without. Stating a revolution can only be carried out if it's guided by a well-defined and more progressive class consciousness. Only then can it have a clear direction and avoid getting lost in a sea of chaos and ambiguity. Only then can it reach its ultimate goal. In the Chinese scholarship, this question, this Lingnao-Winti, or Lingnao-Winti, is often conflated to this question of the relations between different classes, who's to lead the revolution, bourgeoisie, the proletariat, the peasants, and so on. But as I would argue, it's really a question of a crisis of consciousness. And the question of can the proletariat rise up without a vanguard party? So it became, to shorten this up, it became really a question of a coherent class consciousness, how's the vanguard party to create that, how to unify class organizationally, and how to build broad alliances. So culture and consciousness became these central battlegrounds, and Araf Dielik, of course, pointed out that in a sense then later Mao did what Gramsci thought, because they both shared the sense or this concern for the national and popular. So let me quickly summarize this part by saying that during the first half of the 20th century, this understanding of Lingnao-Shen emerged and remains central to the CCP rule today. So the discourse, Lingnao-Shen fell largely into oblivion. This is a bit the image of the tree I had earlier, where you see it has common roots, then spreads out into these different branches, but the leaves now look as if it's all the same. But actually you could cut the tree for it and kind of dissect these different layers. And so today when we look at the discourse now, it's actually stated that cultural hegemony, so the concept came back from Western international relations scholars, fell onto fruitful ground in China in the 1980s, 90s. And here, cultural hegemony is described as a means of cultural control by the West or a cultural strategy of socialist countries. The key question is how to understand and how to utilize it. So the negative concept of American hegemony, cultural hegemony, the Wenhua Baquan, is now kind of reappropriated in the Chinese context. And I would argue it is in this particular moment that actually China is asking itself the question of what does leadership mean in an international setting. In a setting where the American cultural hegemony is obviously declining, and China is asking itself, what could we produce that could have an attractiveness and an appeal internationally to kind of really exert this type of leadership. And as I would argue, this is why we need to understand the concept of Lingnao-Shen, because it's always a leadership, a moral leadership, and a leadership of projecting consciousness, or of kind of talking about consciousness as well. And this is why what is really interesting, and I come to a conclusion, what is really interesting is that of now in Chinese academia, I read some voices who are now calling, of course, for a return to Marxism, presenting this argument that Marxism is already a fusion of Western thought, then synthesized in China, and that Marxism, or the return of a Marxist consciousness, is of course a perfect product to sell to the world. It's because it already embodies Western and Chinese elements, and by kind of strengthening the synthesization of Marxism, the rediscovery of Marxism, that would be something that could be kind of projected to the world. So to sum up, as I've argued, when we go back to these early 20th century roots of Chinese communist thought, we recognize that the question of leadership of Li Naoqian is not so much a question of class relations, but of consciousness. And it is this idea of consciousness that is seen as a precondition for power through consent, not coercion, not what the Americans did, domination without consent, that we see in the discourse on this culturally strong China. And this is, I think, why this moment, the term culturally strong China has been there for decades. But now it's kind of getting a new urgency, and actually Xi Jinping called for kind of fulfilling this promise of the culturally strong China until 2035. And so I don't have time to talk about this, but this brings us, of course, also again to the question of practice. What does it actually mean? What is the yardstick against which we measure a successful establishment until 2035? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to the impressive time discipline of all panelists, we have now a full hour to discuss.
An hour? An hour to discuss, really?
Until 12:30.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Please, questions. So I just open the floor and collect 3 or 4 or 5 questions that we just gave as the panel. Yes, please.
I have a question for Rebecca. I share your feelings anyway, but I want to and also your judgment of the change of the Chinese policy towards, or the Chinese position towards the Palestinian question, especially your description of Mao's time. And also I agree with the analysis for the transition from Mao to post-Mao time, especially from 1980s down to, I think, the first decade of the new century. That's very long. It's more or less ambiguous. Following the improvements of the Sino-Israel, that was a lot of the exchanges. However, after the Gaza crisis, I found the Chinese position changed a lot. Maybe not only the rhetorically, because if we read the Wang Yi's comments and the Geng Shuang's confrontation with the Israel ambassador in UN, that was very clear, and also argued that this is really the anger of Israel. This is the one of the reason. And also it was China that to invite the 11 factions organization to Beijing for that coordinate for the promote the solidarity among those the Palestinian organization. And also it was also the China to invite Saudi Arabia and Iran together try to do and change that. So in this case, of course, the whole situation of transform is very different from the early years. So how do you evaluate these kind of the move?
Yeah, thanks so much for that. Yeah, let me just answer that while it's fresh in my mind. Should I use the microphone or should I? Yeah, I referenced the rhetorical support as well as the fragments of to try to get the 11 Palestinian fragments to get together. The problem with the Chinese solutions these days is still that it is a two-state solution. There is no territory for a second state there. I mean, that's become very clear. And so the question of two-state is now no longer really the position of most Palestinian activists, either in Palestine or abroad, because they understand the two-state solution with Israeli securitization means that they will always already be in prison. And so that's not real. I mean, that while I appreciate that China's been trying to do something, there's so that I don't think that's I think a creative new set of thinking needs to happen. The other part of this is that the Chinese corporations, and it's hard for me, it's hard to talk about China as, there's the state part of China, and then there's the corporate part of China, and sometimes they speak, they're the same thing and so on. But the tech firms and their deep embedding and intertwining with Israeli technology, the intelligence whether it's in Xinjiang and against the Uyghurs, whether it's in Israel against the Palestinians, whether it's on our campuses now. We were informed recently, part of the enclosures of our campuses that Harlan was talking about. We were informed at some point in the spring last year that we now have over 5,200 cameras, some of which are powered by Chinese technology and some of which are powered by Israeli technology and some of which are powered by Seattle technology. And so we have a global technology of surveillance now that in which they are all embedded with one another. And so that our calls on our campuses for divestment is to divest from these kinds of surveillance technologies. And so that I think that to the extent that China continues to be a support for this kind of surveillance technology and these kinds of investments in weaponization of surveillance, drones, all the rest that, kill babies and kill and bomb hospitals and so on with impunity. I don't see China as playing a particularly spectacular role. I mean, that would be my very crude answer to a sophisticated question. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to all four. I have a great question about Sally. Thanks for the presentation. I was wondering, in this day, we heard a lot about the threats to university life in the United States.
Yeah.
You folks are looking at it different. And I was now wondering whether you see, or the people you talk about do see a connection between these two kinds of threats to scholarly life, scientific research, and so forth. Meaning, on the one hand, the attack on basically on the one hand, and then the other espionage argument. Both lead to a narrowing space for research. They both lead to denial of it's completely unrelated.
Okay.
It's good questions.
Thank you. Yeah. I'd like to first kind of offer observation, also question for Professor Udo. And I think what you talked about really tied into our discussion yesterday and an earlier session about values. Yesterday we were talking about the coming back and reinvoking of traditional and Confucian value in modern China. And I want to bring up, also mention again, Huntington's Clash of Civilization and the notion of indigenization as after Westernization and modernization, the third countries wanted to be Westernized and kind of reclaim its own original culture. And I have a quote. Yesterday went back and looked up a quote in the book. Quote: "The revolt against the West was originally legitimated by asserting the universality of Western values. It is now legitimated by asserting the superiority of non-Western values." Unquote. So you mentioned about Marxism as how it's appropriated in China and has integrated into the Chinese values. However, in the current propaganda, you see more mentioning of, I guess, the kind of Chinese characteristic, the one of the strength and the emphasis on the Benti and the culture itself. And so I'd like to, and then going back to the slide on Wenhua Baqian, so China is trying to envision a new kind of soft power of strengthening the influence of its culture, but then also trying to be different from how the US is using it. So like going back to my previous point about 新天下主义 and like the new cosmopolitanism, and the discourse of 天下, into some of the scholars in the West and in the US would say, oh, this is a new form of the Chinese form of hegemony. And how would you respond to these comments? What are some possibilities that the Chinese way could be different, and whether the Marxism that you mentioned is another possibility?
Sorry, my topic is still answer.
Well, I think this is the first round of answers, and then collect new questions.
Yes, thank you, Professor Sebastian Conrad, for asking about the connection. I think I've been thinking about the connection as well, because my research, my dissertation actually focused on somewhere in between the history of the past 100 years ago with what is going on right now with the China Initiative. Actually, I studied a unique organization called the China Foundation for the Promotion of Science and Education. And that organization was primarily, it has a trustee board that was composed of these intellectuals I talked about, like Hu Shi, Jia Menglin, a lot of like Chinese and American intellectuals back like in early half of the 20th century. And the China Foundation actually sponsored the development of science in China. It was like a main sponsor of scientific development in both research and also education in science. So the China Foundation was established in 1924, and with all these people I just talked about, Hu Shi, Jia Menglin, and a lot of other like people who studied at Columbia University, also professors at Columbia University, but it sponsored science in China. And that was like a very important component to the connection, the question about connection, because like the China Foundation really sponsored science and cultivated a very important generation of leading Chinese scientists in the ROC period. And they included leading Chinese scientists in all fields of, you know, like natural science and applied science and pure science. So I think the connection point is the China Foundation, and it's like very important function in developing science in China. And but your question also made me think about my advisor at Columbia University, Mei Nai's book, the Chinese question, where she was talking about this like Chinese immigrant workers all over the world that was being prosecuted. That was like a part of the anti-Chinese politics was part of the global capitalistic infrastructure where immigrant labor was used to fuel the rise of American capitalism. So I think back then, like the Chinese question back then is still related to what is going on right now, to, you know, like what is going on with the China Initiative and Trump administration of anti-Chinese politics, but in a very different dynamic. Now China's rise of science is like very much like being surveilled, and a lot of suspicion in American rhetoric about the rise of Chinese science. It posed a new dynamic to the old question of the Chinese question that Mei Nai was writing about, but, you know, in a new dynamic. And there's definitely like a long history that connects them. I hope that's the significance of my research that I'm working on now to revise into a book about the China Foundation and the generation of the Chinese scientists that actually grow during the ROC period that had a huge impact in modern Chinese rise today. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add one thing there, is that in the long arc of American racism, you had the Chinese Exclusion Act, and if we then locate the Japanese incarceration during World War II, and then link that as the sort of link between now Chinese as enemies, not as labor, but not as overwhelming racist labor, but now as enemies. I think that if you link it through the incarceration, the camps, the Japanese, the incarceration camps in the United States during World War II, you have a link that makes that particular exclusionism both historically consistent but very different.
Thank you for this very dense question. So I try to break it down to 2 points. You correctly point out this issue of Bunty, and actually it's no coincidence that I put the tree there because at some point in my notes I also write down why all these kind of references to nature. It's always about the Chinese soils and it grows out of it. China is one of the trees among many trees of cultures and well, etc. So there's a lot of like organic language in that as well. But of course, it's also always the question of the the kernel or kind of the Julio. Right, that's something the culture should still adhere to this mainstream, right? There can be many streams, but it should still all flow in the same direction, right? And this is also related to the question of tianxia. I'm not an expert to speak on the tianxia concept, but Matthew luckily just gave a talk on it. So as far as I understand, it's a very encompassing project, the tianxia, right? That you kind of integrate things. And of course, there's also the call to still integrate good elements from Western culture. But Ling Chen in this particular project of hegemony always requires that there's an us and the other. And that's different from tianxia, I think. Because in Ling Chen, you always have to forge alliances, to seek those who fight with you, and then distinguish them from those who are not. Right? And this is why I think that's a different connotation. And this is also why I think it's interesting to see whether the Ling Chen discourse or the tianxia discourse will kind of be more prominent. And if I, one very short sentence, to fill up also this, what is this new Chinese culture? I didn't bring it today, but I found this very interesting quote from Xi Jinping where he said, well, we shouldn't erase Chinese culture. We should fight against and etc. And then he said, because the West is also learning from us. And then I found these 2 examples really telling, because he said, aren't they also having Kung Fu Panda and Hua Mulan? Isn't that something that they took from China? Where I thought that's kind of interesting to kind of then point to these kind of Disney movies to say that's something that they could took or a good example, because to me, there's still this big void that needs to be filled of like what exactly it is, that type of Chinese culture that now needs to be reinvented and then kind of exported. Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then I open the round for a second round of questions. Maybe I start with 2 questions I have. Has something to do with you. I have a question for Rebecca. Because next to the, of course, very disturbing case of what's happening in Israel and Palestine, there are many other tensions, many other conflicts going on. And the question is not we as citizens, but we as scholars. What can we do when we observe these tensions? We observe the significations that go along with these tensions. The usual narratives that exclude people or stigmatize people. What can we do, or what's the range of how should we be dealing with that problem that actually can be studied? Okay, that's one question. The other question is, you mentioned this side effect for which one's country is, and how they impact kind of 10 science consumption. I just get it. You can
Thank you very much for these statistics. Let's ask a question, a little broad question about what is the Chinese vision for university education? Because when I look at these statistics, I realize that for a population of 1.5 billion people, you have rather a modest number of graduates from universities. I mean, the percentage, if I'm not wrong, is roughly around 11% of the population is a BA and BS graduate. And this surprised me because in Turkey, which has very minimal conditions compared to China, I mean, the national budget is not even comparable. The percentage of those who graduated from university is now up to 25% of the population. And every year we graduate around 1 million people. Now, I'm not saying it's good quality necessarily, but I felt as if there's a very specific vision in China about higher education. Maybe more elitist perhaps, or maybe emphasis on graduate work rather than undergraduate. So if you could, kind of like maybe explain a little bit about this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
刚这位行程比女士她提到的就是美国的这个，就是对中国人的这种各种限制，包括一种排华的浪潮。其实我认为还存在一个，就是中国方面，就是美国的华裔，包括全世界的华人以及中国人，他们其实可能是缺乏一种，就是说维权抗争的这种意识。就是当遭受种族歧视和这个排斥的时候，很多民族像黑人，就是非洲裔，还有这个拉美。还有这个阿拉伯裔犹太人，他们都能够说积极的去争取权利，去呼喊这个反抗这个不公，而且他们有一个共同体，就是一个真正的民族。但是这个华人似乎是非常分散的，也并不愿意为了这个反抗这个歧视和压迫而这个去团结起来去抗争。那么面对这样一个缺乏这个共同体和表达意识的这个状态，那么您认为有什么办法可能得到改观的一个情况？还有刚才那个熊女士所说的，就是中国的人文教育，它这个相对于理论教育它要差很多，是不是这个它就是本身也是导致公民意识比较低的一个重要原因
？First, a comment to Mrs. Xing Chongji. You were talking about all these limitations which are introduced, also exclusive measures against the Chinese in America, but I don't see that they build or shout fight against this and unite and solidarity and fight these attempts of the American side, like other groups would do. I think Black Americans Plus and so on, the made a list of. So I wonder how one could incite these Chinese who apparently live very scattered and not united in America to more united action against these attempts. And then he was asking also Mrs. Xiong, what do you think is the reason behind this division as it is? What does it hint at? Because of the number of the output, and the proportions, percentages of this. So why is it like this? What is behind these numbers?
Okay, let's move right to that.
Okay, thank you for the please. First of all, I completely agree with you that the vision is not clear. The future is not clear due to two possibilities. One, maybe a combination, is that first of all, there is clear room for growth. If you compare the investment in terms of dollars and manpower needs, there's huge room for growth. And yet, the execution, the policy have been very careful and conservative. Although there have been tremendous growth. I mean, I say they're careful, maybe they're concerned about, if you're going to expand tertiary education, where the faculties would come from. I say that the humanities and social sciences, they're the least expensive, costly sectors, because they basically could put them to lecture and then give them 3 times, 5 times of students to look after the undergraduates. But for graduate students, the topic and the library and things, and then for the lab sciences and all these other, because they couldn't expand quickly enough. I think that they will continue to grow because there's room and need for growth.
comparing with other statistics, not about the numbers of the university, but the dollars in research and the need and the manpower and other sectors growth in the continental East Asia, I said. And the humanities obviously suffer. They cover all of the labor and the need, provide all the need. And they have, if you look at how each colleges within elite or ordinary universities, how the resources they're allocated, they are the most cheaply maintained. This is how they would explain their position in use, and that is true with internal discussions. And therefore they suffer. And almost in the entire world, the developing countries, even within East Asia, mainland China is about the only place where almost all university presidents come from basic science and engineering. No other country. But if you go to Japan, I mean, they're like your four sectors. They come from humanities or social sciences or engineering and basic science. I mean, it's rough, but yeah, and there are other, but that is my second question is the inequality and the gap, the lapses come from not just what I had just, that was just the beginning. This is a very scratch of the surface of showing the numbers and say, you know, I completely agree with you. 10 million seems like a big number per year, incoming freshmen and outgoing, but given the size of 1.4 million, it's still a significant baseline, I would say. And then it depends on the investments, you know, nationwide, how they're going to bank this and how they will position it. I don't think the vision in terms of interministerial debate is that clear. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much for this question that relates to the division within the diverse groups of Chinese in America. Of course, you know, when I talked about history, you can see like 100 years ago, these divisions existed. Like for Wu Shi's generation, as Tang Degang criticized, the Chinese students in America did not speak on behalf of the Chinese immigrants when they were suffering under the Chinese Exclusion Act. And in the meanwhile, they introduced like a very pro-American image about American democracy, American science to China, which is very one-sided because it didn't really cover the grounds of racism and all this exclusionism happening on the ground. And it's fragile as well. I think when we think about the May 1st movement and the pro-Wilsonian ideas they introduced to China, it quickly collapsed. The Wilsonian movement quickly collapsed partly because of this image is like too optimistic. So I think a division always existed in history when you look back. And also, you know, like you mentioned maybe the Chinese American community is not, you know, like there are a lot of divides when we look at the recent Trump under the Trump administration, like when Donald Trump in his first term of presidency, like a lot of new Chinese immigrants in the US, they voted for Trump, even though they know that Trump, you know, like has very brutal anti-illegal immigrants movement that will happen after he will be elected. So there is always this tension of division within the Chinese American community. But I don't think we should lose hope on you know, like the civil rights struggle and this like direction of being more cohesive and more like speaking out. You know, like the Bai Renhui spoke out against the prosecution of the Chinese American scientists, and they spoke out when all these brutal investigations are going on and all this fear is happening. And I think it's like a very long and gradual process for all of us to learn how to fight and struggle, like under, you know, like the spirit of civil rights and all this like struggle for like liberty and equality. So even though there are always divisions and based on like diverse groups and the interests, but I think we shouldn't really give hope and say that there is no hope. The Chinese are not always coexist. I don't think that's the right argument. So that's my very quick response to this question. Thank you.
Thanks, Sally. I think that the myth of the passivity of the Chinese is really rather a myth. You should educate yourself a little bit more because Chinese have never been passive. But okay, to the question to me, actually, yes, there are many. Gaza is one of many tragedies and horrors that are happening today. That's absolutely true. There are eliminationist movements in Africa and all over the world. So I'm particularly concerned with Gaza because it's being undertaken in the name of Jews and to make Jews safe, and I don't feel safer for that thing. But what can we do? I mean, I think I ended with the idea that's quite utopian. I agree, it's quite idealist. But for me, the mission of doing China studies today is not to limit itself to China, the West, or China and the US. And others over the course of the past 3 days have discussed this in various ways, in various venues, in ways that I very much support. That the whole idea of China West, China US. And I wrote a whole book about that very question long ago in my career. So I agree that those are that the mission of China Studies today for too long. I mean, what China Studies has been for too long has been encapsulated in dualities and in these very old modalities and in the reduction of China to a state form. And so what can we do? Что делать? 怎么办? You know, age-old question, right? From the 19th century, Chernyshevsky all the way through to Lenin, all the way through to Ding Ling and others, okay? It has been repeatedly asked and repeatedly answered in multiple languages and in multiple ways. Что делать? 怎么办? It's, of course, what we as individuals can do is, of course, limited, but also vitally important to continue our disobedience and to continue our insistence that we have to hold our artists, our intellectuals, ourselves as artists and intellectuals and as human beings responsible for reimagining an activist internationalism that no longer pretends that our states or our leaders will save us. We know they will not. They are always poised to betray us. And so I think we can only try to save ourselves and save each other in the process. So that's my mild call to action.
To your question, Axel, I simply refuse to answer it sitting in front of these esteemed scholars of culture of China, because I feel like to answer the question why China's culture doesn't fly in a sense, or is not received as or revered as it should be, is, I think, a question that from kind of my standpoint I cannot answer. And so I would like to give the time maybe to one of our guests to answer this question.
We can discuss this question further on. I just have a very simple, not answer in Chinese, but my idea is it doesn't fly out of China because it wants to. It's too much cultural ambition and that people feel that it's a project, and projects very often don't succeed the way it's planned to succeed. So stuff I read, I find fascinating. It's great, it's interesting. But as soon as it becomes part of a state project, people get suspicious and start to it doesn't really find its values. But
okay, I just have not responded to this second part of the question well enough. about the relationship between this clearly science, engineering, tilting kind of education and what that kind of influence could have on citizenship, the nurturing of citizenship. There is one danger in the Chinese context, Chinese enlarged language. And that is, you see humanity, you see the rest, comparing with the rest of the subject matters in higher education, humanities is only a part of the self-cultivation. 人文 is the 情怀. It's not a training. It's not a discipline. It's not what you do to move on to career needs and other things. And therefore, in this embellished thing, most of the non-humanist scholars could say, okay, so that's a luxurious crowning jewel, not your staple food. When you have now this, they say we're in a dire danger of having this carnivore thing, all kinds of, real needs, and they don't see this as real need. And so, in compare with this is a very romantic, classy kind of thing, but it's a real danger and risk, I thought. We often have an occasion, I'll be done in one sentence, when lots of different kind of academic leaders, president, they announce one sentence. They say, the only difference that exists between a good university and a great university lies in its humanities. That's just a general saying, and a lot of people say that. But the leading Chinese and East Asian Chinese, especially presidents, when they heard this, you hit the wall. They won't show that they understand, and they probably start within their ability to do this or that, about to make everybody's a good university, how to do better than good. And that's, you only look at the arts and letters and things. And when you show that, on the table, then you hit a wall in this death sentence, silence, because they say if humanities remain a sentiment, 情怀, something romantic, something up in its air, they say it flies like stars at night. Then there's little that you need to do or you're pressed to do. Yeah, so that's why there's no vision. Okay.
Maybe kind of connecting to what Rebecca was saying.
Yes.
I mean, what we should do. And maybe connecting to, we should not become nihilists. Because really, I'm sincerely, convinced about that idea, because around me, you meet a lot of people who just say, well, there's nothing you can do. I mean, the world is terrible, it's going down the drain, so let's just keep it dressed, That's not the attitude that I think we should do.
Maybe I can add here, the more anti-Chinese phobic the West becomes, the more anti-Western China becomes, the more often I go to China and give lectures. The more often I go to China and give lectures there. And I even ended up defending in Germany Confucius institutes. 10 years ago, I would not have believed it. Because the critique of these institutions in the West is so overdone, so simplified, so one-sided, that it can't be but wrong for a huge portion of them. So I think from my perspective, that's what we can do. We can fight these simplifying manipulative narratives and just try to keep a very diverse image of the other.
True.
Of course, even that is our impact, I think, is limited. Very limited. More questions, more answers.
Aren't we done?
No, you want to say something or?
No. I thought I didn't want to end on such a pessimistic note. I thought I'm calling us to international activism, and to get rid of the China other sort of idea and duality that has contained us for too long, and to that China studies, and we as China studies people or as intellectuals need to do something more that transcends. We talked to Mao Zedong talked about transcendence yesterday, that transcends our encapsulation into academic disciplinarity and institutional containers. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, no, I think, yeah, I fully agree. And I think maybe what we did in the past 3 days is maybe also part of what the humanities, maybe intellectual life in general, can do in terms of block building, decoupling, polarization, national mobilization, remilitarization, which is going to the opposite direction, to establish connectedness, to foster dialogue, to build trust, exchanges, networks, and so on. So that's almost sounds like terms, problematic terms of a bygone era, but of course there are high pressures and dangers in our time. And I think maybe in that sense, our conference here, the past 3 days, could make some kind of little contribution to, of course, many other activities that are happening in this direction. And I hope that they will not shrink from the pressure of funding cuts and other governmental interventions that we are already seeing, that we will be seeing even more forcefully and aggressively in the future. So maybe I think the 3 days now with that, before I give one queen a chance to before I give him the chance to final comments, I want to first, thank a lot of people and institutions, but maybe also say something. The last 3 days, according to my opinion, I mean, they have, in some ways, they felt shorter than they actually were, and at the same time also longer. So we have a lot of fascinating ideas and all kinds of different encounters. And I think what is quite rare is a conference that is divided into three completely different parts, right? So on Monday, there was more, had the character of an arts and literature and maybe filmmaking event, right? So that's, there was the conference on Monday, but highly public. Then on Tuesday, we had a closed session, which was a dialogue between people from the humanities, the social sciences, and again, literature, arts, critics, and this kind of intellectual life. A closed session without a genuine agenda. It was, so if you would look at the program of the closed sessions, they were only titled of time segments and no other agenda, no presentations. There were short presentations, but it was all improvised. And of course, today, as we all saw, and as we all greatly enjoyed, there was the format of a regular academic conference itself. So this combination, I think, was highly experimental in character, if not in some ways daring. And what added to the experimental character was also the short time frame that was involved in planning. As we heard, those people who attended the event on Monday, this has been in the making. The idea of to hold a conference, with many of the people that are involved, has been in the making for 7 years. It was it predates the pandemic, but actually to make up for it and to really fully realize, I think we only talked about that in December or January or so. And at that time, I was in the United States, and one was in China at that time. And then within a matter of 4 months, we got all of this together, and we got together a wonderful group of scholars, artists, and writers, critics. And in some ways, what we saw in London was a whole generation of Chinese intellectual and artistic life was present. So, and I should add, I've been only back for 4 weeks in Göttingen. This was all I was spending the last academic year in the United States. So that even adds and makes me even think more and be more grateful to, I don't know if they're all here. So maybe if you want to come in, everybody, so yeah, so you two all come in. Right? So, I mean, of course. I would be putting up unfair if I do Zhao Jiaoyang, the biggest applause.
about 4 months or 5 months, and really putting on 4 months, it was a bit to get all of this together. And she was actually like the nodal point in all these efforts, without me being actually here at the same time. So many of the things that have been organized, including rooms and many other things, travel arrangements, go back to her. And of course, also together with somebody who's not here, it's Sylvia Hastel in our department. Also then, of course, then other people played a big role. Xu Dailan, she's doing an internship here from Harvard University, but while she was at her own university, she was already taking care of the program and corresponding with a lot of people that are actually almost impossible to get a hold of. So, and managing to reach them and get abstracts or ideas of what they're going to present. Then Andreas Weiss, who was giving a guided tour in Chinese to all the speakers, Fang Robing, Maria Denisova, and of course, Dian Schön, but of course, Tori Dvorsky, yeah, so, and also Philip Spitzer. Philip Spitzer has been involved since 10 days because I ran into him on the street 10 days ago and he offered his help. So I'm very much grateful. And of course, also Enrique Rudo was also somebody who was involved in helping to organize him, just as Katja Pesser and Rundhard Song, also who together. I hope I didn't forget anybody, and if I did, forgive me, but again, I mean, I did, yeah, so I said, yeah, okay, so, and of course, also thanks to our interpreter translator. Sorry, until last Friday or Thursday, there was another person supposed to translate it. He was hospitalized, so and
at the very start,
very last of
doing this.
Really grateful. Deep admiration for the skills between how you navigate between actually 3 different languages. So that's really. Thanks. So we should have. Thanks to the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, and which, as I mentioned on Monday, that is all based on the research award that has been presented. Was presented awarded to Professor Wang Hui in 2017, and then just enabled a long-term collaboration. And this, in some ways, is a combination of this Alexander von Humboldt Foundation-sponsored project. I'm sure the collaboration will continue in another form, but this is in some ways concluding the Alexander von Humboldt project. And last but not least, I'm also very grateful to Wang Hui, and it was a pleasure to prepare this conference with you to co-host it, and he will maybe also share some sentences with us. Thank you
all these team for the organization of this. It's a really good event. I really enjoy it so much. I did vote among our participants, especially many of older friends here. It's quite not so easy to get all those people together. I think it's a great event. Of course, I follow it. I joined Dominic to say all of these, the typical for this and the Humboldt Foundation. Now the project is finished for me, but I think we'll continue this kind of discussion. And I will, because I just briefly say that in China, in the Tsinghua University, we have an organization which the Tsinghua Institute for Advanced Study in Humanities and Social Sciences. It's developed quite quickly last years, no matter how difficult the international relations, it's very difficult. However, our institution really every year, we enrolled more than 10 fellows, young fellows there, who will spend 3 years there. So quite internationally, it's really international kind of the community based in Tsinghua University. we will organize a lot of events, including these kind of events, continue to work together with Dominic and our colleagues, and welcome you be in Beijing and maybe here too. So thank you again, thank you for this the possibility from the beginning. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So leader, where are we going?
Yes. Together. Okay. We're gonna meet in 5 minutes.
then 所以我白给点science 大概会看下。
Most of these people were now being trained in the early 1990s.